tournament, who's very, very low, and I thought TE did it better than any other team in that martial arts round.
I mean, I should point out that TE have been in this position before. Like, for the Stage 2 finals, TE blew it out of the water for the first half of the day. Like, they won everything, pretty much. They won the pre-post points, they won the martial arts tournament, they won MVP for the first game. The problem for them was just closing out. Like, that first half of the day was insane. The best MVPL that we've seen them play. The second half of the day was awful. Like, parts of it was just really, like, unlucky. They had some horrible drops, they got some horrible loot, they ran into teams that were really, really strong, they ran into the wrong teams as well, like, on specific counter compositions, but, like, you have to start asking yourself, if that happens so many times in a row, how much of it is actual misfortune, and how much of it is that teams were able to just keep a track of where TE were and purposely made sure that they stacked the deck against them. And that was how SR were able to come out on top of the Stage 2 finals, because literally for the first, like, 2 games, both TE and SR hit match point threshold on game 3, had it in game 4. SR almost won. They almost won on Pedoria. And then they got griefed. They got hard griefed by Wolves, actually. Wolves and OUG. Wolves and OUG. OUG they took a fight with on Azov Peak, and it meant that they were not guarding the Soul Altar, so Wolves did something very sneaky, which was that they got 2 of their teammates back by Rebuff Charm and played Devil's Advocate, so that when a fight broke out, you had to deal with Wolves' whole crew as well as the one last player from OUG, which meant that poor old SR just could not close out the round and pick up the MVP. But they did manage in the end. It took them all the way to Game 8, but they did manage to walk away with the Stage 2 final title. Fortunately for TE though, they fell off a cliff after those first few games, so I would imagine they'll be able to take an MVP here, depending on which phase they find themselves in, especially if they're in one of the earlier phases. But closing out the day, that's a curse that's followed this team for a very long time. Even when they were JL, there was actually a superstition in the MVPL League, which I found insane when I learned about this. Everyone knew that JL did, like, really, really well in all of their just, like, base games, but there was a superstition that they would do so well in their base games, they would be awful on the actual title stage.
Well, you know, the curse is, it's gone. It's gone at this point. And today, all the teams will be gone for this season, with the exception of the actual winner, the MVP for this round. And will we go the distance, or will it end very early? TE with a commanding lead. It's looking like we may be clocking out a little bit early. If TXJ is able to lead their team to a commanding victory. Now, you see the body language changing for a lot of the teams. A lot of high hopes going in, feeling the vibes. SR, you know, they were probably one of the biggest teams. They look very cheery, high-fiving other teams, but they looked locked in, ready to go for this first round. No more funny business. They did happen to get an unlucky matchup going out a little bit earlier than they would like, but now Battle Royale, like Moxie was saying, you get unlucky off spawn. Because everyone gets great sword for some reason off spawn. No one gets an armor. And the time is ticking. The lobby is so ferocious with off-spawn timing attacks. Do you want to hot up, or do you want to try to come in and loot? You never know what's going to actually happen, because if the two teams fighting hot, landing on the same square, finish their fight early, that team now has ultimates, and your timing doesn't matter. Now, both teams take a long time, because everyone has a great sword for some lucky reason. And you come in perfectly, coming in, knocking all the way players down, the soul is getting 2-for-1 meal. Now, afterwards, we've seen some teams really concentrate on moving instead of going for armor. That slow, very GG-like macro playstyle we just trying to get nice and thick with all the loot and just like living that endgame has really been phased out with just how slimmer the lobby is. 8 teams versus same amount of aggression, same amount of fights in that early and middle, just not a lot of meat on the table by endgame. So waiting for the last second to have the best lead hasn't been the best strategy of life. And we've seen GG struggle this season. That's what they were known for. That was their playstyle. Same with Mingh, kind of a different brand of it, but just playing very, very solid, very, very safe, running their endgame team for themselves. But now it's more like guerrilla warfare. You gotta hit and run, you gotta take some risk very early, you gotta get some to get some. And now, are we gonna see the weird phasing of the season? You said early in the season, the Vikings were getting away with shenanigans. First round right now. At this point, in the roster, phasing is no longer the coaches, the players are very accustomed to counter strategy and identify teams are and they're not using phases. So now, the deception game that teams run, where you think they're going to just run a metacom, they end up running a different competition. So can't really see. Aggressive opener.
Stack the deck. It's time to stack the deck. SRYZG, no comp is more expensive. What do you want to go for? Do you want to stack the deck with Hardy comp, or do you want to stack the deck with Viper comp? Oh! Wait, the 50-50! For 2 phases! we go back to limbo! YZG and SR, there is no chance that we flipped the coin and both times it did not land heads, it did not land tails, it landed perfectly upright. That's wild!
No shenanigans. Shenanigans prevented. You end up splitting teams, and this is the more vanilla meta we've been seeing. Hottie, Emo, Zippy, followed by the Akos Viper. Now we got a little. Oh,
She's there!
We are gonna get the new character coming out. XKG is gonna ride it with Temmie in his eye. Very, very interesting. Zyphon coming out with a different variation. Now, in the old school days when Zyphon was created, her strength, she doesn't really need much to get online. She gets her power spikes very, very early. You can just get her a purple armor, get her, not even a purple armor, just a purple weapon, and she's going to be doing work. Especially if you're able to use the other 2 characters to blow through the enemy team's defensive cooldowns. Zai just has a field day, and we saw it in martial arts. Zai's new armor for her attacks does give her a little bit better action versus Transformers. Now, unfortunately, flying knives exist, so she can get hit from a mile away. Her whips and chains are not the longest attack in the game. Flying knives double charge still can hit you with that flank. So I'm very curious to see whether or not this team can get some value out of this.
Yeah, especially because they're removing the Temmie from the Tianhai comp.
Tianhai hasn't gotten a lot of action just because Spiritwell just getting hard focus. He's just too much of a big target.
True, but multiple teams with the Zenda comp though, there would be like a couple of comps that you would play the Zenda with. Some teams would go the Zenda Yushan, right? Some teams actually went Zenda Temmie Tianhai was their turn. So I feel like maybe that's them wanting to move away from the Tianhai Zenda comp and more field towards the Zai, while also actually depowering the other Tianhai comp, because Tianhai always does better in a lobby where there's more of them. Now, there's only going to be the one. It's going to be interesting to see what ability loadout they go for. I imagine it's going to be the V1 instead of the V2 if you're playing her without a second support. Like, maybe you can get away with the V2 if you're running something like a Cyro or Karumi with her, but with the Zai and the Tani, surely it's the V1.
Surely. Now we are going to be looking at the average points of the teams.
V2!
Favorite 10 is going to be very, very solid. OUG, the only team with not having an average over 10.
Raven, they're running V2.
V2.
Yeah, the one that's aggressive and is the Wu Chen teleport swap. They're not running the V1.
We're going to see swap magic?
Yeah, we're seeing Meteor Strike. Oh, wait, you know what they might do? Oh, that's diabolical. The V2 means that basically you summon a Meteor, right? And who gets hit by the Meteor gets marked, and then they get teleported to that position in the next 3 seconds. If you're running Zaitemi, you can literally anticipate the teleport and throw out a Temi-Wisp into Zai follow-up.
Sounds like a lot of cooldowns for...
It does sound like a lot of cooldowns for one potential kill. That's my worry.
A lot of cooldowns for one kill. I mean, they wouldn't bust it out if they didn't have success in it. Now, having success versus the most organized teams, a little bit of a different story, but I'm hoping that they got something special cooking, and other teams have some special sneaky gimmicks that they're going to be able to get through, because today is the day we crown the Big 26 NBPL Trio Finals. If you're just joining us, this is game 2 going on to Battle Royale, as we are going to get XKG versus YZG. Spawn Junction going to be taking down the first player, healing for ZXL, and XKG is going to take the top of the castle, setting up for that vault line. But on the south of it, we are going to get OUG versus SR, landing on the Fireflies. Baby U trying to get out of there, but SR Rico is going to chase him down, taking him down, getting the kill. And SR is going to win this Firefly battle. Now, the question is, are they going to make their way for the Volpine immediately, as Peak is going to be wasting some precious seconds right here, using that great sword to helicopter away, then using his F to just burn some time, but he is dragging them to XKG over here. Y7 is not giving this up. XKG, you see him on the mini-map, immediately setting up to grab that Volpine, but SR and OUG's Peak are here right now. As SR, they want this kill. NY7, we still got you in our sights, sucker. No grapples, we need this. Where are you going?
Wait, XKG hid instead of taking the engagement. They let OUG pass through. Xun Xuan, by the way, definitely running the V2 because he got the cast off at the 60% mark. So that is one of the other benefits with the Tara V2. You can see it here, it's colored in on 64%. You can actually use it at 60% rage. So very good for hot drop. There's the F2 coming in, knocking everyone back. But SR, having gotten those early eliminations, got enough money to be able to come on through the Moonbane charm by drop it right on Arcadia. And the XKG cannot hold this position for long. They have to try and space away from the additional damage coming on through. Also invites the third and fourth parties, since everyone will see it coming out on that map. Big carry setup, and like 7 with the Eno F9 coming through with the Eno ultimate. Temi on the field as well, trying to fully lock these players down and give XKG an opportunity to get a few healers through, but NY7 does not care about the sand, goes directly through the wind wall and keeps up the pressure, not allowing XKG any opportunity to sustain. And this was my fear when they ran the V2 instead of the V1 without a second support. How do you win heal situations when the fight goes long? Xiao has gone down, so it's currently a 2 versus 2 situation. Make that potentially a 2 versus 1, but no, NY7 actually not able to follow up on the opening created by his teammate. Instead, he falls, and XKG are able to turn the fight instead.
It's tough when you lead in a team and you take a loss, as SR is going to run into the sack XKG. We are going to move over to GG versus RW. AB going to get one grab through. Soft's coming in, looking for the scoops. Where's my second scoop? We got a cone ready for the scoop. AB is getting just shoved back. He's going to lose his 10 AU on it. Now his other teammate, Youth, is going to fall. AB not able to set up the Monk Sunday. No scoops for him, as GG is going to surround him, take him down, and now GG, you know, they didn't look so good in martial arts. Shaping up, winning their off spawn, gaining some momentum here. Now we are going to look at the lobby leaders. TE already up to 1 kill, 17 kills. SR up to 3 kills. XKG up to 5. GG at 3, and now the gap is going to start gapping as teams picking up these points. But first part of Battle Royale, it's always that first Yang. First Yang says it all. TE, I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to go for ambush strategies. TXA is the pioneer of using the catapult to scout out the lay of the land and really extend their kill potential, traverses the land where one person spots a team, calls in a reinforcement, and everyone comes skydiving in, looking for that burst strategy with Yakko's Viper.
We have Mingh and no other team came to third party. That's actually what a lot of this lobbying has been. It's been fighting, but it's been concentrated fighting. Where it's like 3 versus 3s. Very rarely have we actually seen multiple teams take place in the same area. XKG only have 5 kills because they ran through 2 teams in 2 separate positions, basically. But yes, miraculously 2 teams ran through that. As TE turning onto walls. Oh, forcing ZK to have to use the email ultimate. And then trying to cage lock him down with the ACOS into the side of him. That's not a fun one for Wolves to have to do, but TE do have one thing going low, and that was a lot of options they used, so they're actually going to vacate the premises, or attempt to, as QGG grapples after them, forces the Viper v1 just for TXA to zone QGG back. We've got an ACOS cage this time from YZG's end, as they've been able to spot down one of TE's players. QGG gets put into the uppercut, but unfortunately the terrain means that CDS is not able to find a follow-through damage with the nunnies. Comes on through, now having to worry about the Viper v1 stun, locking everyone down, because Kuki2 comes through the Syra v2 to stabilize the Viper's lifeline, and GG now are the ones taking pressure. A lot of damage onto QGG, very good peel coming off from through. CGS got locked into position, both of the Viper stun, but also the Syra powerful dazzle, and has to use the Justina dashes, just try and put pressure onto TE's players, grab a Soul Bloom, and then get back to his team. As we were talking about TE trying to ambush teams, they just absolutely forced 3 teams to have to all-in ultimates and take away the chances of Rebel Yang entry.
Well, there's just a lot of space on the map for all these teams to take these ISO fights. 2-2 from YZG is going to get chased down from GG. Now, first Yang is going to be up, as XKG going to be one of the first teams in, waiting for all challengers on this new composition on the Zai. Now on the outside, the Wolves just gonna claim a nice safe steal, nothing to scoff at. Nice shot to the teammate as well as a weapon. This level game is gonna be this big 26 in second composition versus the rushdown of the GG. Now the ideal comp that you run into GG, they're looking to execute Viper teams with Utah. They are going to get to see their composition. Are they going to be able to adjust, pick this apart, as XKG is opening up very, very slow. Yushan ult is already out from 3-3-0. Cammy ult is going to be coming through. Yushan should be able to buff them so they can walk in and out. And what a weird fight as now Junction out of ultimate is going to have to deal with this Zylt. But I spoke to Stu, Junction's ultimate is going to be back online at that 60%. But GG, it looks like they have ZXL locked down right now. The surroundings coming through. Meteor comes down. But nice pill from Junction as 3-3-0 is going to get traded out. And now we are down to a 2v1.
Ooh, just to finish the activation comes on from the tower. Xinhuan, by the way, doing really good, like opening with the V2, so that you can start chipping the damage through with that pole sword off of your Scale Rush bonks, so you can build up the ultimate back as quickly as possible. 2 versus 1 situation, still potentially losable, so we're not going to play this up and take LXM down now. But that means because he opened with the V2, yes, he catches no one on the actual like first ultimate, he gets it back again, and then he baits his teammate effectively to be able to catch the Meteor Strike onto one, and then come through with that pulse or chunk of damage off of the security hit when he's teleported back into that position 3 seconds later. So we can really start to see why the V2 is being used here for that Ram of Yang, as RW play it pretty safe, very slow at the moment, just going beneath the river. You can actually still see their presence if you look very closely. There's little air bubbles that pop up from the stream, but that's a very hard detail to be able to catch when everything moves quickly, as it does in Naraka. And RW will be using that one to hold on to the Mingh bird fight for as long as possible, because both of the other Ram of Yang fights went the distance, it looks like. OUG only now pick up their own buff.
SR and GG do have Yang depletion. Wolves did pick up Spirit Row. They have the Draco Storm traversing the land, looking for any shenanigans going on. Looking at the total points, only at their 3 kills off spawn at 19 points. KG having a massive game, jumping in from the death, already up to 8 kills. 12 kills for them. 5 kills at 12 points. GG with a lot of kills as well at 11. Pushy start, but not having the best of luck finding all of these timings. We are going to be over to Wolves versus X. Does have a second life. Vermillion's buff, but it's always tough just to have that second life when you're going against Draco Storm. Draco Storm with that AoE, gonna have the fighting advantage right here, but this cliffside in the zone pushing everyone in, making the fight super awkward for Wolves. Junction is gonna secure some damage onto ZK, dodging the forces here to everyone in the zone right now. XG very well. No longer their name. Draco is doing a good job of keeping them up or taking them down. I mean, and surrounded by wolves. And wait a second, RW showing up to the party. What's up, guys? Fancy meeting you guys here in the zone. Come here often, as RW is gonna find the easiest 3 kills with that nice zone kill.
TE, SR, GG, OUG all fighting here. These were the teams that had Yang depletion. OUG, the only team left with Vermilion Birds Might at the moment, more than happy to continue taking that fight. TE not having that luxury, but having their ultimates up, will be able to have a lot of control of the tempo. Sara V2 from One Fang, still got the Viper V1 in case you get third-partied or have to use damage reduction qualities of the ultimate to be able to hold your own life through. But One Fang now is coming low and actually does go down. TXJ spots out that maybe it's time to try and book it out, but the grapple gets interrupted by LXM, who's able to catch on top of him. Out comes the Viper V1 just for TXJ to get the opportunity to scale rush with the dual blades off of the cliff into a grapple, but GG are not going to let himself go into the night. A little bit of movement error is going to be able to keep the Viper a little bit too close for comfort, The good thing for TE though is that was the sacrifice play. They'd already lost one fan. They had a rebuff charm. They had 2 rebuff charms. They were able to safely secure the Akos's exit from all of that fighting, with the Vita tracking OUG further away. And TE closed up the distance onto a solo to instantly buy their 2 players back.
TE is known for this zone shenanigans reses. They're like cockroaches. You just can't get rid of them. They just keep surviving. They keep coming back for some more. 22 points for them. Still keeping that nice cush lead ahead of GG. But GG started off the day very, very slow, but they're coming out swinging with the Justina Yushan, finding some very nice timings. And this is the fun part of Doria, getting the catapult all around. And unfortunately for OUG, they're going to be looking across at a gold armor Yuan. But armor doesn't win you fights when the damage does. So can OUG get that damage to, as AB already going to be opening up with the monk hold. OUG's SS taking to the skies. He has a gold pulse sword. He's going to do a ton of damage, but the Temi ult is going to be coming out already as OUG's peak, wait a second, is going to get shredded out of existence. Still a little room for SS to make some work, but no room anymore when you get scooped up from AB. Freeze is going to be coming through. And they are going to trade down youth. Wait a second, OUG is rallying back.
Oh, the Justina freeze is huge. It caught both the Tianhai as well as the Zenda, who was looking to capitalize on the Grad player with the damage. AB going to cover his teammate with the F1, trying to set up the flank knife play coming on through. Gets the parry! And that's the turnaround. RW clutch out the situation and managed to win the second Realm of Yang. The only Realm of Yang that actually went for Raven, which means that there's only one team with Yang depletion. Unfortunate news for OUG to have to bear, because it means that no one else is going to want to take a 1 versus 1 isolated fight off into the far reaches of the map, where they're not going to be discovered by the rest of the lobby, as second Realm of Yang was entirely free. No one even tried to gamble on the second Realm of Yang to get the free buff.
Fortune favors the bold, as the fortunes are not favoring OUG. As far as I know, that side zone decides that this is unravel. He's going to deny the kill here as GG. You check the vibes. Find this fallen SR member. Last SR member is going to be eliminated. GG in a commanding position to MVP the first game of the day. Now we are going to tab over a lot of teams inside Pretoria, just kind of hovering to wait out this Yang depletion situation. OUG, all the pressure's on them to make a move. RW and Wolves both have Mystic, so they're able to scout out the lay of the lands, see if anyone's fighting, see if they find any duos or solos kind of straggling. Now we fortunately have all the info, so there's no duos and solos, only full teams right now. But it's all about the fight selection going into Spirit Well. Can you find this Yang depletion team when they choose to all in another team and kind of take advantage of it? And both teams end up overextending. You're going to get a nice 6 piece, but at the very least, you should be able to pick 1 or 2 off the Yang depletion situation if you're one of these stacked teams. And RW definitely very, very stacked with the Double gold armor.
I feel that GG might catch a stray though, with the fact that everyone knows the Yang depletion team is running Justina, Shenhwan Li, and Yushan. What is the comp that GG are running? Justina, Shenhwan Li, Yushan. So, poor GG are going to have to really make sure that body language does not in any way indicate that they could be the one on that composition with Yang Depletion because everyone will turn onto that, try to get those final hits. Unfortunately for OUG though, everyone's just traveling as a pack. Right now, there's no team left isolated other than, well, I was going to say RW, who we saw from Imperium, but they've joined the rest of the teams too, which means that OUG has gone from bad to worse. Not only are they the only team with Yang Depletion, they've also run into no one to be able to get the damage to be able to extend that timer of Yang Depletion. Now they're going to shot, they're going to try and jump onto TE. They spotted that XEM has blue armor, so we're going to see an all-in come through onto him with a Temi ultimate, actually, as everyone sees OUG coming up from the rear and decides that they'll throw TE to the wolves. Well, not wolves, wolves are ahead of the rest. They'll just throw them to OUG. TE get caught out by another team's Temi ultimate, and they lose one, and are now so far away that OUG divert their attention to them instead, and everyone else is home free.
Tough break for TE. They're not going to be able to snowball this lobby, but where they fall short, OUG comes out of the depths. It's a nice 6-piece, but I spoke a little bit too soon as XKG is going to catch them out, find them rotating into zone. Peak, still one of OUG's last members, going to survive, run the Yushan all, but he goes out there, he's just going to be running into a GG and Wolves, but OUG's Baby U very, very low. Yushan smacking him around, all the teammates trying to facilitate the kill, gives CDS an opportunity to back up here, get back with his team, get back to full health, and kind of check out where the lobby is at right now. Second spear well is going to be coming up. Who's on the other one? It's not GG. It's not XKG.
RW got, and then XKG got flag.
We do have the Avengers moving along here to cap, but RW, oh my goodness, triple gold armor. Looking at GG, they don't care. It's like triple gold armor mean nothing, and they just keep smacking and cannoning, putting on the pressure, but they barely did any damage to the stacked RW team as XKG lurking on the outside.
They got cap. They got cap for free. GG and Wolves are the only teams with Yang Depletion, Raven. RW got the Yang line, and yeah, XKG got cap because GG and RW were all looking at the last player from OUG. Which means that someone's going to have to take the plunge and take a fight, and then the two teams without Yang Depletion will be able to benefit the most because they can just sit on the sidelines and third party, which is excellent news for Xunhuan on the Tara, because that means that you could V2 and teleport everyone into one very cozy position for your team to be able to play off of.
I was saying that Monk doesn't have that much success, but now I'm eating the words of talking as RW, very, very stacked going to this end game and climbing the leaderboard, closing the distance. TE, if they're able to MVP this round, they can get into striking distance at TE, but still 80% Moonbane is going to be coming out of Spirit. Next Spirit Wealth will come up as well. GG, this is what they're known for. They're nice, close quarter combat tactics as a team, always moving hand by hand in these tight endgame situations, but little do they know, the cannon, we're all stacked up, one cannon shot doing a billion damage to all three of them. Alex M very, very low right now, taking so much damage. F2 gonna come in, ZK initiating onto GG, very, very stacked right now. They are gonna try to defend Alex M at 3-2-0, create some space for them, but they have to be careful right now because they are rotating into the gold armor of RW. No problem though, RW wants no part of it as the 80% lead there, forcing all these teams onto the outside, and Wolves just so aggressive onto their rivals. GG, he's sick of it, gonna be turning around with a mini and 21 and their Yang Depletion. gonna let Wolves have it for trying to poke them out of position.
RW's third party though.
You know where it's gonna be coming. And RW is looking in from the Speared Well. Do you go for kills or do you go for Speared Well?
Oh, RW with the Tianhai, I think, decide GG's options for them. Yeah, there we go. RW get another Spirit Well. XKG waiting on the outside as well. At least it's not Draco Storm. But it is Mystic Might, and it is another cycle of ultimates, which means that AV will use this Tianhai ultimate and then have a second one good to go instantly after, which is great news for him because here comes the all-in from XKG. Tianhai ultimate dropped, Zai engaged with the F2, and AB just uses the second Tianhai ultimate to be able to cover for his teammates as Youth gets a second cast of the Zender V1 as well. Zupke now is looking a little bit out of position from the rest of his team, is able to get out thanks to that movement before he gets caught by AV. They use the only Eno left for his team. Everyone else outside of RW and XKG are reduced to one player. It's a 1 versus 3 versus 3, and potentially ZK goes down since he's used his Eno F and does not have the reposition opportunity. Blazing Cyclone from the Whipsword catches the last player from BG side, and we have a 3 versus 3 to determine who will be the last team standing in this lobby.
Maybe no monk ult to his name, which is getting ran down by XCGX, so he gets everything running back in the zone, and now RW, no monk to their name, they still can find the rest here, while they're very active. RW not happy with that their monk got ran down right there, immediately comes in with the scare, but he finds a pickup right here, but now, XCGX, Centennial, is going to slow things down. Not enough though. The double shot is a dual hell is coming through. CGS can't do anything on the standard. The combo there goes in. Is going to walk you through RW. And now RW, the triple gold armor, gets too much to deal with. SR is going to take the first battle royale. Game 2. That's why you guys say. He may be the fancier fighters,
But what do you mean it's RW?
拉送了一针一宝，
That's all that knocked out, like, pretty early.
that's my bad. RW, they look red SR, red RW. I forgot the monkey. You know, any team could win because everyone in NBPL, you know, had to fight tooth and nail to get to this position. And RW, you know, maybe this is part of the mix-up. The weird gimmicks is Monk getting value in this current meta. RW, it's very rare that we see a Monk team get online that much, like triple gold armor going into endgame.
They got pretty lucky in the first round of Yang because it was empty. They went into round of Yang with very little like armor. I think one of them actually was still like on gray, if I recall correctly. And then no one was in that third round of Yang, so they got just the buff and all of the upgrade loot for free, and then that allowed them to snowball from that, picking up Spirit Wells, getting free lots of legendary armor, so that when you do get to the Spirit Well where you would be contested the most, no one's in a good position to be able to challenge you. No one wants to be able to step into both the Temi, who's so good at being able to control those points of interest with the box comp stylings, but also no one wants to challenge the Tianhai in case you get double grabbed out. Plus, we only had 2 Viper teams in the lobby, and those went out before the Spirit Well line came through as well, so his main counter was removed from play very early on. As we'll be looking at our second answer for treasure of the day, which team got the most kills in game 2? Was it A, RW, B, XKG, C, GG, or D, TE? Now think carefully on this one, because just because a team MVPs does not mean they got the most kills in the lobby, so you might get a little bit game systemed in terms of that one. But no, RW are going to be able to walk away with the MVP, being the only team on the Tianhai comp, which is astounding, because we both talked about it, right? You said that Tianhai is not having that much value recently. I said it's the only Tianhai team in the lobby, so the moment it gets scouted out, everyone's going to be able to turn on to it. But it got all the way to endgame to hit the power scaling that it's looking for.
Yeah, and when you get gold armor onto that endgame team, this durability steps up. The damage gain from everyone, the follow-up from everyone with that extra durability, it was just too much for the lobby to handle. Now, everyone knows how to game plan, possibly, to take out the other compositions, and just figuring out, hey, maybe the monk comp, you know, we'll just catch him off guard, we'll catch him later on, you know, be an easy pickoff, but they didn't really get slowed down at all. Because like Moxie said, they got a free Yang. Now looking at the points from game 2, 21 points to RW. The rankings look pretty similar, I'm not gonna lie. XKG at 13 points, GG at 11, OUG at 6. Now the overall stats.
That's a lot of damage on the Zenda.
Zenda is doing the Zenda work. Combo starter, the monk being pure support, just grabbing it and letting his teammates go to work, just giving them
he's card control.
3 kills. He's the wizard grabber here in the background, but really good stuff from RW to make that monk composition work with a 21 point opener. And they skyrocket from the depths all the way to first place, overtaking TE at 22. XKG with a massive 13 point gain, jumping up to 17 points. Only a 5-point difference from TE. Only a 7-point difference from RW, so still in striking distance. Same with G. Now we're gonna go to highlights, as GG had a wonderful time catching all these teams off guard inside zone.
Oof, OUG not having a fun time there, as this was the moment that TE started losing some of their players and had to buy them back. As we've got CGS with that Justina V1 big parries coming on for into the point state so that you don't get caught out by TE trying to turn the damage onto you. RW here, this was why the Zenda did over 20. You got 2 casts of the V1 back to back with legendary weapon scaling. Yeah, that's going to be absolutely monstrous on the field for teams to have to deal with. You can see just how quickly the health bar drops the moment those shots start finding those connections off of the arrows and the halberds, as I believe Youth is likely going to be walking away with that overall MVP, given the amount that he's able to do. Yet again, back into the V1 state, arrows up, almost half health gone in an instant up against Temi. ZXL forced to have to come through with the combo breaker because he had no choice. That's the only way he would live that long against the Zenda. And we get a scoop of the F2 to be able to set up the next kill onto Xinhuan before RW drops down and I start looking for 2 versus 1 situations as they'd lost their Tianhai. Blazing Cyclone comes out, Youth spaces back, grabs the legendary armor reset from the Spirit World capture earlier, and with that semi-ultimate fully locking the space down, CGS falls before they turn their attention to Zenda F2 into the Halberd, and goodbye-bye. Nothing's more hydrating after a nice win. RW making some moves here. We thought it was going to be as high. We thought it was going to be. They're going to move over for RW. And
decent value out of his ultimate good and legally. The second most damage Evil Halby is a tried and true. APIs can get those hits in, but Evil Halby is used as much in the current meta. Still reliable because of how much range that Evil Halby has. A possible weapon might be the skin. You see a dual Halby come back now in Battle Royale. Everything's a little bit unfair. You can get him on. Still a lot on the route we played. That was only game 2 if you're just tuning in. Game 3 is going to be coming up. And for a lot of teams, ideally you want to hit the road running. We saw team come in with the advantage coming out of martial arts, and now RW is going to have the advantage winning the first Battle Royale game. But will one of these teams will have another snowball game? TE picks it up in game 3. Can they get the match point threshold? We're already seeing 20 bombs being pulled off, so it's very easy within the first 3 games for the top 3 teams to really push for an early match point eligibility.
Well, we'll have to see if TE will be able to pick up momentum, or if RW will be able to back-to-back MVP and put themselves onto match point threshold in game 3. We'll be back with that. Words are hard apparently. After this short break.
找得适当的磨一磨，找得适当的磨一磨。
没事，我买了钥匙了。你可以不用支持我，你去吃的。
找得适当的磨一磨，应找得适当的磨一磨。找得适当的磨一磨，应找得适当的磨一磨。
贵客小心，日头变喽！应找得适当的磨一磨。
速战速决，不要误了狼族
应
的大事。
找得适当的磨一磨。
乖乖站好。
生命。
找得适当的魔芋。
Hello everyone and welcome back to the grand finals for the LPL Spring Split 2026 Trios as we get ready to head into Game 3, our second Battle Royale match of the day. On W, were able to take the MVP for the first one, but we did get to see the new hero in action, and XKG, despite not MVPing, did pick up second Raven. Even though, and I find it so surprising, that we're using the V2 instead of the V1, but with the frequency that they have those V2s coming up from, I can see why they think it's more valuable instead of going for the V1.
Yeah, this meta hasn't been playing out this year, especially the new rules, fighting and getting kills, getting that rush
真的不用活你吗？
surprisingly,
你要推文吗？如果你要推文，我就可以，你可以活我帮我。如果要推文的话，可以没有必要。
now you did point out though, they did get a free Yang, so they're able to scale up for free, and maybe they lucked out with the rotations. And the least likely scenario, one of the lower ranking teams was able to have a big game to slow down TE's roll. TE could have blown this out of the water, had a massive first game to go to 20 points, getting very, very close to match point. But now two teams are very, very close to having a big game and having that match point eligibility. If you are going to get a 3 or 4 game series, it's probably going to be going the distance, Moxie. I'm not going to lie. Most of these teams are looking very, very sharp right now. It's very, very close between all the teams, and no one's letting anyone pull the lead. But like you were saying, new character, V2 getting value off of it. What other crazy new things are we going to be seeing today? New patch. I'm not gonna lie, seeing Zai back in the meta is still a little bit strange, even though there was a big portion of the Morocco meta that non-stop saw Zai running around forever just because of how much value she got off all the loot she got. But today, yeah, the high budget composition. Today we are moving on to the next time. Perdoya is one of those very, very hectic maps just because the catapult gives so much mobility to the Viper composition. Normally we've seen Viper just get a ton of value off kind of cherry pick and find those good engagements, but we just saw so much discipline from all the teams to not really give an opening and overextension for other teams to follow up. We pointed out that we pretty much only got very, very isolated fights, and off spawn we saw a couple upsets. Even Moonbane's not getting a ton of value off spawn. So everyone's coming up with their A game. A little bit of upsets, and still a lot of Naraka to be played as we move on to game 3.
Yeah, it sort of felt, it was weird, the multi-way fighting, instead of being on the hot drop situation, moved closer to the first round of Yang spawning. Like, we actually saw a TE on Imperium get the jump on OUG or YZG, and then that kickstarts into motion. There's a huge chain reaction of like GG get pulled into it, YZG get pulled into it, there's multiple teams all in one position. Blue's players, and because it's so late into the game, they don't have those revives available, they don't have those second ones. So those apps, they still have to see those teams and not be able to go into Rumble because they're down a player, or they're fully eliminated. Like YZG literally got fully eliminated before had even allowed teams to step through because of the chain reactional fighting happening around Imperium at the time. It also had the butterfly impact of meaning that TE weren't in a position to go into Realm of Yang as well, and that's why their sort of gameplay was slowed down to a little bit of a crawl. They couldn't go into a Realm of Yang, they couldn't try to scale up, they couldn't really find an isolated one team versus one team, and were left at the mercy of all the rest of the teams coming through bops and Yang depletion when the multi-way fighting happened after the first Realm of Yang had ended, which they unfortunately weren't able to survive fully intact. I really do think like we have to go back to that moment as well when it's one team the second realm of Yang, only one realm of Yang is actually fought through. And there's only one team of Yang depletion, and so everyone just starts going into this like pack where they all want to try and huddle around each other for warmth, a little bit like penguins. But we get a true planet Earth moment where the teams around them work out, wait a minute, there's someone who's weak here, there's someone we can throw to the wolves. And they just drop a Temi ultimate on poor TE and send TE off to have to deal with
干嘛？
which means you cull through them.
对啊
The rest of the teams in the lobby use basically TE to bait out resources from OUG, the ultimate to the cooldown, so they can get those kills as quickly as possible, cleanse the depletion, and then they just turn on to them instead. So it was all that, like that Temi ultimate really unfortunately meant that poor TE just did not get a chance to play in the final zone.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams showed up today with their A game. No one's looking unprepared. Everyone's game plan seems to give them some type of solid footing to stand on, to keep up at least with the rest of the lobby now. It was the first game, and what's surprising is normally I always say we've seen this very, very successful teams, the champions, the top 2 teams, always start out with a very, very strong first game, and they seem to carry that momentum throughout the tournament. I would say most of the lobby had a very, very good second game technically to this battle royale. We always, it's very easy to call it the first game because it was the first battle royale game. But all these teams came out swinging. No one really hesitated. Everyone was very, very aggressive, going on to each objective, trying to squeeze out every potential kill without overextending and giving up like a weak point, losing a member to something silly. Even when facing eliminations, we saw teams find the classic reses going into zone, being able to recover their games. That's a big difference between the 8-man versus 12-team lobby. There's just a lot more space on the map now. And with that space, even if you get eliminated, since there's so much more loot, most teams are already so gluttonous that you can go back and salvage your body, find your armor, find your weapons, just because other teams are not able to take all of it up. Since past the midway point, the one nice part of the rule set is you're able to get your team looted up and not be fully in poverty going to end games, not having a ton of loot. It's very rare that we see a team with only blue armors running into end game. Usually at that point, teams are already able to consolidate a little bit, so they at least get a purple armor. Now, the big surprise we saw for that second round is the weird phase pick where TE tried to mix it up and force the Viper shenanigan with a 3. If they got a triple Viper, they would have had an edge in the game. But the second phase denied it. We were going to split with the Hottie Enor zipping and another Viper comp, making it a more fair vanilla lobby. Now we are going to see the same thing happen, just in the more classic way. First phase, double Hottie Enor zipping. Second phase, double Akos Syra Viper. Now in the third and fourth phase, like third phase, and Justina. The fourth phase was interesting last time. We'll have to see if we are going to see any mix-up in the last 2 days.
Well, SKG were one of the teams in those phases, and they were the ones who did the horror comp, but they're currently, because they jumped up in standings, they're currently in the second phase, so we won't see them there. SR, though, going to be employing the Zai with the Yushan and the Lee as we get Worlds going for, yeah, there's the staple. This I feel like is the default composition with the Zender. Some teams have tried with teams like Chayol. We've seen her with Yushan, we've also seen her more often than not with the Tianhai and the Sang. So not surprised that Wolves will feel towards it, especially because in fact it actually double picked this. multiple times in stage 2. YGG also following suit, going for the same composition.
Woo! Getting a little bit more of a balanced lobby. I'm excited to see NY7 again on the Zai. He put Alliance on the map with his Zai before, and his Viper. Mainly his Zai. It was a very heavy Zyphon meta. And now with Zai getting the buffs, can he show why he was such a force to be reckoned with on his Zai in the past? Now, I mean, this modern Big 26 rocker just has so much more mobility, and we saw Zai struggle against a very competent usage of flying knives. Now, unlike martial arts where pretty much everyone has flying knives, inside Battle Royale, not everyone is going to get to the point where they have purple flying knives. It's obviously one of the weapons that most teams will prefer and choose. But you gotta be lucky with your loot. And sometimes you're just gonna get other Jades. It's a big part of martial arts that you don't see, is that Jades plays a very, very important role on how your team will play. Sometimes you get very good defensive Jades, like advanced heal, group heal, or sometimes you get a ton of great offensive Jades that get you a ton of combo zone for your team to play on. It really depends on the round, a little bit of luck, but mostly preparation of how your team is going to play off of it. Now going into game 3, no one has a huge advantage going into it. There's a little bit of momentum, but the top 6 teams are keeping pace with each other, and it's still anyone's game to pull ahead. Now, if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game 3, and we are under the Grand Finals MVP match system, meaning we are trying to get to 40 points, and if you're able to MVP, the tournament will end there. And the best part of the MVP rounds is you get that extra moolah or MVP. So every single round, all these teams fight tooth and nail to try to get that. It's kind of like a mini tournament within the actual big tournament.
Well, none of the Zenders opting for the V2. There was potential for both YZG and the Wolves to field that direction if they wanted to, because like SS1 actually found a lot of value with the bind variant of the Zender ultimate when paired alongside both the Temi and the
感觉有人在蹲哦。
from the Zender, so massive amounts of damage, also very good defensive capabilities of being able to just hide within the wall itself to block some of those attacks coming on through. As we get ready to head into the game, TE, like, they had a little bit of a cushion off of the fact that they were coming in rank 1 and then winning the martial arts matchup. That cushion has since evaporated due to how early they got picked off on the second game of the actual day itself. But RW, they have the opposite. Like, they'll be feeling that momentum now. They did not do well in the martial arts tournament. They came through with a total of 0 points. They were 5th in terms of our teams coming in to start the day. Or actually 6th, I do believe. With 3 proposed points, which meant they were 6th. And then they were able to MVP the first Battle Royale round. And because of the standings, they then get to elevate phases, which means they've got their hands on the same.
这个还有这个，
太牛了！
Which again, we yet to see MVP.
有多少啊？
Swift got nerfed. Hardy got left on top.
他们撤了，他们2个人撤了，我们去右上角撤。
There's going to be a very, very balanced lobby. 2 of each variation for the most part. We are going to get XKG and OUG to start things off. Another Firefly location, and OUG not getting the best of it. Already a man down as SS is going to make his way into the Temi ult. And SS is going to retreat, accepting defeat in this position, but Juxian is like, nah, where you going, son? We want to get that extra kill, as SR is going to make a nice little timing onto them, as well as TE is finding the leftovers of XKG. One bomb, XCM, TXJ coming in with the ultimates. just on the outside of Celestia as
这些战略宝藏
trying to
会
get
是
some
专
damage,
业
but
的。
he's gonna get taken down as Eno ult is going to come out from TXJ. So many fireflies in this location as SR, the other part of this sandwich, showing up to the party, running into their rivals. Enor on Enor action right now. Zhao on the Enor is going to get shredded down to half health already. TXJ firing on all cylinders right now, trying to get that kebab for that last little bit, but Zhao does a
接
really
下来
good
是
job
宝
of
藏猎
cutting
人的表
that
演
out.
时间。
As NY7 is going to pop this Zai ult, shred up this Hani. I'm going to keep away, stay alive right now. As NY7 Bobby looking for the connection here. He is going to get the burn. Nice attack onto XCM. It's very, very close versus TE. Both teams keeping up with each other, but TE is going to find the first blood. XCM finds the kill at the Zhao, but Rico is going to respond and find one Fong 2v2 situation as TXJ looking for the scale rush with the pole sword going up, looking for the flame, but nice job from SR to keep both players from TE in front of it. TXJ has to go in, sends it, finds the wake up, but SR again posturing so well, keeping this fight going as NY7 very, very low, but Rico with the peel gonna send TXJ for a ride, find the uppercut combo. TXJ looks for the armor reset, but that armor is empty right now as SR is gonna get the best of TE.
Oof, a long drawn fight. Back and forth, back and forth. This time the hot drops much more on top of the teams as opposed to isolated free versus freezes. We had Wolves and YZG battling it out at the same time. You could see it's popping up occasionally in the kill feed. A player from Wolves going down, a player from YZG going down, and YZG will be able to get 2 kills up against Wolves who walk away with 3. So very much back and forth between those two as well. As GG, a little bit of a slower start to that game. No eliminations on the board at the moment.
可以
Purple armor, but
这边有可以的
weapons at least. As RW out into the reaches of the zone, there you go. Purple armor for youth. You'll be very happy about that one. As you're just looking to try and find some resources that teams have not yet already gone through, as well as trying to track down any teams who lost the hot drop fight and are trying to just come through in a position where they would be less noticed, to give them the opportunity to recover their gameplay, as everything has died down a little bit. No fighting, no one really investing in the money to buy things like moonbeams and using them at the moment, which means that everyone's just taking an opportunity to go to the store, buy some soul jade, some bag slots, and make sure that they're in a position as best as possible to take the first round of Yang, as GG actually pick up a Valiant challenge goal, so they're going to be looking to start hoarding the money as quickly as possible, as YCG rolling through what we lovingly refer to as money spot, but it looks like it's already been picked clean by teams running through the warehouses and breaking all of the valuables.
And YPG getting a ball running ready, double purple armor on the Mingh composition. That's what you want to do when you're on the Transformers. Get leaded up, set up for that first Yang, that nice isolation fight as Wolves following suit has the summon part. What's the part? Not as lucky with the purple armor. It's a little bit of the tough part of Battle Royale. Sometimes you get that purple armor, or other times you get so much money that you buy it, but you still gotta buy it versus everyone else. That purple armor goes fast as everyone's clicking on it as soon as it goes alive and available. So you gotta get lucky with that click speed to get that purple armor. As TE recovering, did lose off spawn versus SR, but already postured, looking nice with the blue armor. Just to the south of them though, OUG covering their game as well. They are going to be coming through. Are they going to want to take a fight before first Yang, or are they going to posture to go in first? TXJ has to be careful right now. Could get caught out away from his team as OUG getting dangerously close to them, wanting to buy themselves. First Yang is going to be coming down.
No bang.
That is true. We did not see a Moonbane off spawn. Everyone invested in that armor.
I mean, no Bane as well now to be able to block off or secure one of your portal entrances uncontested. Everyone's been using coins to buy gear instead. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Everyone's really hungry for kills if you use a main
要来
lane.
DC 吗？
Comps have so much mobility these days, or
可以啊，我加你啊。
kills.
你
It's
ID
very
给我吧。
unlikely you'll actually be able to pick up kills off of Moonbane, and they'll just move the fight to the outsides of it, but then you're still giving up your position on the map for everyone to see. And third, fourth, fifth party their way through, as it does mean now that everyone is going to be trying to get on top of those portals. But only a select few can make it through. SRGG will be two of the lucky few to be able to make it out for the food of Realm of Yang entrance. Now have to go head to head. Zai, Yushan, Lee versus Akos, Viper, Syra. Y7 already using that F. Does have the V2 for one refresh, but no Matari for a third. Akos Cage comes in, NY7 caught out, breaks the chain as quickly as he possibly can to have a little bit more mobility to work around those pillars when the Viper stun comes on through. As Alex M's going very low, Comet used yet again up further into the sky as opposed to landing on a player from GG. As Proprio breaks out the Viper V1, but it's too late to save LXM, who's already gone down. Double jump back behind the pillar, no stuns coming on through. That Viper ultimate was not to win the fight, it was trying to just peel his teammate, but that plan's already fallen through, and now is going to be relying on clutch potential instead. Parry's good, but there's no follow through because of the Zite connection from the FT.
你加了吗？
Just finishing up the fight very quickly.
Ooh, SR and RWNT 24 points, tied for first place as RW's usually going to get juggled up. TE in the driver's seat, finding the uppercut onto Zipping. All ultimates are used right now as Youth is going to get surrounded and executed by TE. F2 going to be utilized by TXA to try to get the lockdown going, moving through. Getting the flanker AD to slow his roll down as U1 on the Zipping is going to get taken down from RW. Now 1v3 situation, AB versus the team of TE. Not this time. TE is going to find the win as you see TXJ hyped up that his team is able to pull the loss to SR. Inside first Yang, we take one back against RW. So, with that momentum now, they stabilize their game, and ideally, they want to have a big game here to get to that match point to put the pressure on the rest of the lobby.
Oh, it's the mirror match for the Xander, but it's not the full mirror match. Zepke gets a double grab. Yeah, that will finish any Realm of Yang here. It's just one. Now that Wolves have to try to deal with, and SS is already very, very low. Good Dragon Slayers setup, but you won't be able to set that up into a fight win as we get Dragon Slayers basically exchanged from both of these players, setting it up into a 1 versus 1 situation. Baby, you actually commits the pole sword focus attack. Zepke not looking for the parry.
等一下，那个猛攻队在排。
Does manage to just suction cup his position on top of the player with the jump LMVs off of that fan before he can scale rush away and try and create some distance to get a heal sustain offers. GG, someone is on Ballista, taking advantage of the fighting going down between TE and Wolves at the moment. 3-3-0 is going to get hit off of the Ballista hot seat at least, so he won't be able to complete the kill onto one of these players from TE or Wolves' side. As 3-3-0 instead decides to drop down with the Viper V1 stun. Akos Cage also in play, but doesn't really look like it's been able to find all that much setup as there's so many teams in the area having to fight blindside of Ballista because GG might have been knocked off of it, but now another team's rolled up to take possession instead.
So much action going down here next to Ballista Tower as TXJ, even though he's an Eater ultimate, he's getting shredded up right now. Baby U's gonna be coming through, finding kills SR jumping into this mosh pit, and OUG wants nothing more out of this. They got what they needed, as RW still needs to cleanse their Yang depletion. You see YGG in the kill feed right there. Everyone is here right now. YGG, OUG, RW. Half the lobby has engaged on this position. YGG does have the advantage with the Draco Storm, as GG is going to be showing up, finding TE's XCM, and just like that, GG surrounds him, puts him out of his misery without his teammates, as RW posturing on the outside is going to pop the ER ultimate just to escort come out there, as the very, very stacked team XKG shows up.
Still on Ballista.
They are in distance of Ballista.
RW 2 ult spawns because of Ballista. That was Zippel and Eno ult Raven. Oh, that's brutal. They're all still just fighting. Like, they have to just disappear. OUG will use a rebirth charm with the confusion of the commotion. At the moment, we can see an attempted Zenda F2 engagement now coming on through alongside their Temi Wisp. Youth getting force held in position long enough, but not anyone able to close up the distance far enough to be able to capitalize on that lead, as CGS unfortunately does fall now. Making it, I believe, only the ACOS left on the side of GG's team. They were the one probably coming out the worst of it, despite being the ones to grief on Ballista at the start.
GG this time around. The previous round we saw TE get the double res. GG inside zone, able to go back and salvage the spirit well, find the double res themselves. Now they are, I mean, it is first Shadow Corruption, so not the biggest deal, as we see how little damage it does, and how they're able to recover their game. But second Yang gonna be showing up, and now TE came into the first Yang, all with blue armor. Now we're looking a little bit better. Double purple armor with the blue armor, but more importantly, gold pole sword on TXJ. That gold pole sword going to be doing a ton of damage. And ooh, rare mechanical mistake from TXJ, as he doesn't get the grapple up that he would like. But now, finally connecting here, he is going to be looking to create an opening, as the Akos Viper ult is going to be going down, and TXJ does manage to pop that Eno ult, and now it's going to be his turn.
Very early Viper ult before TXJ had ulted, which means that he's actually using the activation of the Eno ult as opposed to the deactivation of it to iframe the stun. Once we were able to get out of the Syra V2 powerful Dazzle stun coming on through, so takes a knee temporarily before still having the ultimate on the field and turning his attention onto Tutik, who's very, very low and does go down there. The horizontal swing coming on through. Uppercut into Flying Knives flanks, but TXJ still got his zip F sustainability. Will be able to survive a little bit for now. Meter dump coming on through from the Nunnies, so TXJ has to make himself scarce. Fight out away from all of the players. Space out, get a heal, come back onto the pillar, look for the scale rush, gets chipped off of it, so instead opts for the F to be able to open the space instead, as he gets the zip F and tries to keep up the pressure onto ZXL, who will fall. And that is now 2 in a row on the side of TE for Realm of Yang fight wins. 2 sets of buffs, 2 sets of legendary weapons, and something I want to really quickly talk about as well is the fact that TXJ with the Eno F has actually been using it to leave his presence behind players. Like he'll put it behind, then he'll turn his attention to a different part of the map, and then he'll use the F reactivation to teleport back into that position to set up the 2 versus 1 when his teammates call for the flank.
Nice utilization of his full skill set, as looking at the overall scores. He with 9 kills, jumping up to 31 points. And remember, just tuning in, this is the Trios Grand Finals, 8 potential rounds, but an MVP threshold, and that threshold is closing in as TE has 9 kills right now, close to that 40-point threshold. Now, RW did have a massive game previously. They're at 25 points, but who's having a massive game besides TE right now? SR is with 12 kills, and they're up to 24 points themselves. If they keep this up, they'll be able to get a 20 bomb and be in striking distance of this match point. We are on RW's youth, going to be jumping into the action on the inner or versus OUG, and OUG Peak gets connected on and deleted from the lobby as YZG on the outside is going to be showing up to the party with the Monk, with the Temi, and Yang Depletion. They have to find a kill right here onto multiple members. If not, they're gonna have to play some weird zone action. The good thing that I like to see from YZG as we took the fight to these teams very, very early, so we're not gonna get timed out by some weird things as he is putting SS in the blender, but the blender is fighting back. OUG will not be turned into a smoothie. Gets a couple hits in, but does secure the final member of OUG and gets SS down.
This is such a weird fighting position as
有人
well.
吗？没有吧？
Ballista has actually been going off.
那个太刀。
Second time in this map that we're seeing Ballista
哦有欸，
influence
我
these
靠，
fights.
还有。
17S full
3个欸
AG just fighting full team 3 versus 1 against the Tianhai in that zone. You can see
再问一下，你的 DC 可以再大声一点吗？
可以。
有点小声。
哎，一定是最大声的，还是你开声音开大一点？那边能调的不大。
没关系，我这边再调一下。
could still be carrying something like a legendary weapon. You don't want to run afoul of a fight that you don't want to have to take. So going for the information as opposed to the aggressive plays, since they've already been able to secure 10 eliminations, is just the safer approach. So it's not a sprint marathon style of playing out the battle royale aspect, so you don't get caught out by some of these other teams when the multi-way fighting kicks on off. Something that SR are finding themselves in the middle of at the moment. One of their players down all of their armor, potentially going to be forced to have to come through with this ultimate, but TXJ thankfully has his Hardy's ultimate already set up, so gets the cube to reposition away before GG can catch him away from the rest of his team. Dragon Slave from CGS though does connect into the gold frame scoop, but LXM is low enough that TE's players organize and take him down. Temi ultimate locks them in position, at least for a while, and that sets up for Wolves actually to try to come on through and jump onto TE with that showing of Palm Lightning, but Wolves also not wanting to overstay in the fight. They know the Draco Storm's about to end, so they'll just lock TE down and force them to have to fight out between both GG and YZG before they can rotate away.
Yeah, GG's last member, CBS, desperately trying to break contact, not able to. He is going to get taken down. That's GG's third game eliminated from the lobby in 6th place. Now, YGG trying to make it away from TE, chopping his legs down with the double pole sword, flying knives. XEM finds the kill. Now, looking at the overall leaderboard, TE getting dangerously close to match MVP already at 35. RW, nothing to scoff at, only 9 points behind as SR's right there with RW as the first Spirit Wall is going to be coming up. We are going to get TE versus Wolves. Wolves already invested that Temi ulti, slowing things down, but TXJ has held on to the inner ult to get max value off here as Wolves already trying to set up the kite path. No one's locking down NHQ, those blocks. Using the terrain perfectly to minimize impact. And now TXJ, recognizing this team, is able to hold him ground, is going to space out a little bit, wait for his next ultimate before he makes another decision. See him scouting around for the Fireflies. There's a plethora of Fireflies in this area as Wolves sees the weak body language and is like, there's no way you have ultimate. Let's just all give you a smile.
Well, Wolves got buffed, so they have 2 casts of them. That's why they were okay with using the semi-ultimate earlier. They had one of them take Spirit Well, and the other two go put pressure on TE. Which means that TE here, losing one player, reduces both the Hardy and the Zip. We know that the Hardy ultimate was already used, since they got really quite pressured by the Zender ultimate from My HQ. So yeah, Axiom does not have it to be able to kite away. One thing, not going to have a combo breaker, just fully reliant on grapples, which he has none of, and scale rushes. To just try and keep Wolves occupied. This is devastating for TE, who are 5 points away from match point threshold and done in yet again by a Temi ultimate. Zender F2 takes no prisoners, Zip brought to heal into the whole of Wolves' team, and Axiom is the one next on the chopping block, so he's not even going to be able to outlast another team to secure TE any more points. That's them fully eliminated from the lobby.
Yeah, RW, not much you can do right here. Can't play for res. Might as well deny the kill on RW, not giving them an opportunity to bring this back. But still, get a... Wait, we have a Monk full trios team and a duo in the solo. I'd be very surprised if Wolves somehow loses a member here and doesn't play on top of each other. As Wolves ZK is going to connect to NY7, but he has to be careful right here. That...
It's done. It's done. XKG have just decided to have ZXL try to go down the zone damage to deny Wolves getting the elimination. Yeah, he did not hit ZXL, he did hit Doomfly, but unfortunately, within the Titan magnet. That's the first time, by the way, that Exacticomp takes MVP. It's kind of close, but finally it happens.
First time for everything, Moxie. First time for everything. Unfortunately, I saw the bow shot connect, but unfortunately it connected during it. No damage to the game. I was able to pick up. So now, Wolves! This is some beautiful chairs. Everything rounds. For that lobby. Nice and rounded out. Now, still, he had a very, very big round. As we're going to look at the overall leaderboard. So if you're just tuning in, past that halfway point, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of Neurotic players on to the 4th. And we've seen big rise the Zender coming in, getting value, playing with the we've seen them phasing out, not ton of value now, getting a ton of value. Still, though, the tried and true strategy is doing very, very well. They're doing very, very well. We're not seeing any shenanigans that we've seen in the past in the NPL, where people try to get the triple Viper combo scene. Any triple kind of gives you an edge. It's the more combination that look like more chances for you to play out and not get focused fire.
Which is not even defined, but the worst thing about it, right, is that it's not by a team that's looking to kill you with a Temi ultimate. They're literally just trapping you in position so you get slowed down in your kite long enough for other teams to jump onto you so that the attention diverts to you instead of the Temi's team. And, like, T, 5 kills. 5 kills away from match point threshold. They now have to play one more game without burning through hero points to pick up those 5 kills to then go into the next game with the MVP threshold. If they MVP in this next game, Raven, they're going to be extra unhappy. And Wolves, they'll have done it again. They always grief the MVP teams. They always grief the MVP teams. That's just the MO at this point.
I mean, I would go with disappointed because unhappy. I remember when the teams get the MVP, you're getting an extra bag. It's basically winning like a tournament within a tournament. You can't really stop at that. Now, ultimately, TE shoots for the very top as we are going to look at the results of this game 3. Wolves going to take that first place with 18 points, 14 kills. SR with the second place at 14 points and 13 kills. TE 13 kills and 13 points as XKG, OUG, YZG, RW not having okay games with a couple kills. And something interesting in trios, it's very rare that teams just goose egg. Usually a ton of the pack before 12 teams. A lot of the times it was 6 to 8 teams, so almost a whole lobby. There's still a lot of Naraka to be played. The last 2 teams can still turn the tournament. It's not fully cooked. But a little cooked. But as you see there, TE with a commanding lead, still holding on to an 8-point lead over RW. Then RW all the way down to XKG. We're only plus or minus 3 points. RW got 27, XU got 24, Wolves and SR in the middle. And GG and OUG, these are legendary teams, legendary leaders. Still in the front of it, they could still have massive games themselves. They're at 18 and 16. You know, they can go crazy like RW and get a nice 21-point game. Put them straight of the match MVP. And what's interesting about the match MVP, we saw Soul go the full distance. If all the teams are doing decently in trios, we can see the same thing happening and no team pulls away. We are going to get the highlights of Wolves. And immediately said, like, Monk's not playing as much. Monk not getting a ton of value. Monk immediately gets double picked and gets
I don't think it's so much the Tian higher as much as the Zenda. Like, all of these characters enable everyone else from your team to have damage to convert into kills. Right, Zenda can be set up, but she also has massive amounts of damage in the V1 form. Temi can be full set up, Tiana can be damage full set up. Like, there's a lot of avenues that you can play this composition. Which means that, depending on which ultimate you have up, you can be very defensive, or you can be very aggressive. Just look at that. How do you respond to a Zenda F tier grabbing you into literally 2 players who can just have no caution, throw it fully to the wind, and throw out full charge up focus? There's nothing you can do.
A lot of characters have combos that too, right? We get the body sweep. We'll get over here. The hook in. Are we going to see a meta where combo starters are just more value? I mean, Yushan, for the longest time, always used a combo break, but more in the modern day, Naraka, he's always his combo starter. And the Zenda.
什么？
校正的啊，不，跑连的。
Maybe more characters combo starter variation instead, which opens up another door. We are gonna give credit where credit is due. ZK
他鉴定完了。
gonna get the MVP. Ooh, that's the group heal. A little bit of baby Zodia. Damage coming from Purple Hound Sword and his ultimate. Now, we saw Monk kind of fall into this role, especially Healing Monk, where he's kind of just like this space creator, part of the sustain, part of the tanking to really set up his 2 teammates. But tell me, the Zenda running around with the potential of the Wisp, potential of the feathery grab, that you can't get away from. We're gonna see more of it, which is, it's kind of weird to see what is that?
这把武器现在伤不了人。
Last phase pick.
Mm.
Getting so much value, getting MVPs of the round. We've generally seen almost
这把武器现
all
在伤
of
不了人。
2026 Hottie composition taking first, or a Viper taking first.
Well, we will have to see. We'll be back with more matches after this interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host Jing Jing. Our player is standing with us, so let's say hello to our audience first. 先和大家打个招呼吧。
我是T1负责小魔。
欢迎小恶魔来到我们的赛后采访。So welcome 小恶魔 to our post-game interview. And your performance was absolutely outstanding for today's competition. And how would you comment on your performance? And please give yourself a score from 1 to 100. 那么你们今天的表现也是非常的出色，并且在第一局就拿到了我们的天选。那也想请问一下，你怎么样评价自己的表现？
这把武器现在伤不了人。
惯了带评一个高的评分，100。
还是有点太谦虚了，80分。那你们其实本来是这局想打开赛点的，是不是？
可惜了，最后看到
这把武器现在伤不了人。
两个满编了嘛，被他们打过。
So we have expected to open the match point, and I think I can give myself 80 points, and the remaining 20 points is for the championship. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for treasures. So today's question is, which hero was not used by TE in Game 3? 那么今天这道问题呢是 TE 在第3把中没有用到哪些英雄。Okay, so let's go back to our games. The screen split has also been really challenging for all of you. And how do you think your performance have grown since the start of our screen split? And in what aspect have you achieved growth? 那么也想请问一下，因为我们春季赛也即将迎来尾声，比起赛季初而言的话，你觉得自己队伍在哪些方面有些进步呢？
我觉得整体吧，就是多练多磨合，就是越来越厉害。
So we have practiced a lot, and I think our performance is better than before. Okay, so I think our player is prepared. So let's start counting. 那么也请3、2、1，为我们倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so let's find out the correct answer. 也请为我们公布一下正确答案。
这个答案是 D。
Yes, the correct answer is D. Congratulations to our lucky ones. Okay, for the last question. When do you think you can finish today's competition? And which team do you think that will be your biggest opponent? 那么最后一张，请问一下，
当有人扫图扫到我，我觉得等下他会堵门呢。
哇哦，好，那你觉得你们就是夺冠？
你说现在吗？
最大的竞争对手会是哪个队伍？
对对对，刚好去看那个飓风课，他扫图。
Okay, so I think we can finish today's competition in Game 5.
晚一点再去撞门。
Got the championship in Game 5. 好的，那再次感谢小恶魔接受我们的采访，然后也希望你们后半场的发挥可以越来越好，早日拿下冠军。Okay, so thanks 小恶魔 for joining today's interview, and we are looking forward to his performance at the later competition. Cheer for TE. Okay, so let's take a break, and we will be back later.
你要吗？这个我有2个。
OK。
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mr. Sparkles Raven PLZ, joined by the ultimate caster, Moxie. We're past that halfway point. TE is looking to close this out by game 5, but RW and the rest of the lobby has something to say about it. We might be going a distance, or we might end it in 5. Now, if you're just tuning in, this is the grand finals of the Big 26 NBPL Trios Match Point Grand Finals. We're nearing that 40-point threshold. We're not exactly there yet. Next game, multiple teams can possibly reach that match point threshold and end the tournament a little bit early with highly incentivized. Every round has that MVP bag that all these teams are playing for. So, do you think, Moxie, they can end it in this exact same? I don't think so. I think
they can't. Mathematically, they can't. They have to get 5 points if you're TE, even if they MVP'd in this next game. They still wouldn't get the trophy because they're not MVP eligible just yet. So it would have to be game 5. Which is what they said in the interview. They said, it was actually a really good question. They got asked, like, what would you score yourself out of 100 for how you're performing so far today? The answer was 80. And they said that they believe that they would be able to close out the day overall by game 5. But obviously they have to get 5 points, 5 kills very early on in game 4 to secure that MVP threshold availability headed into game 5. But there's 2 teams currently on 27 points tied up. That's 13 points that you need to get. And given we've already seen some teams walk away with over 20 in one go, it's very realistic to say that we could have 3 teams on match point threshold to divvy up the attention when we do head to game 5.
What if they goose egg is the question, Moxie. T?
That is the worry.
there have been a couple teams that gotten 2 or 3 points, so they could get less than 5 and completely knock the wind out of their sails. Now, is that going to happen? Unlikely. They most likely will get over that threshold, but in the chance that they do, I was saying that the rest of the lobby is still in striking distance to catch up then.
他们在那边吗？
Cannot close out the tournament in this next round. But in game 5, they possibly can after getting 5 points.
So, do you think, because they'll still be phase 1, do you think that they'll go for the hardy zip comp, which will be made more expensive, and start eating into hero points? Or do you think they'll go for a composition which allows them to get 5 kills off of the rip? So they can count those and be safe in the knowledge of, like, okay, we know no matter what happens, we are MVP availability. Like, with that, we go past the 40 points, we can now go into game 5 with the hero points we want and play a composition that we want to game. Because you don't want to have to keep paying out for the hardy zip comp if you're not going to be able to close out on it in that match.
What we've seen so far, a lot of unlikely situations where other compositions have been getting the MVP. It's not as cut. And I was being like you said, Maka, it kind of depends on which comp team feels is the strongest right now. We've seen them in this position before. Go with the least strongest comp to just get those 5 points through. What I was saying, known for doing this. What if they
我要去救你吗？
不用，活我。你有钱吗？没钱。
我这6000块应该不够吧？
不够。你知道猪猪罐在哪吗？
puts you in weird positions because the reason why you are even in that position is that you're taking so many
可能要再快一点，
aggressive
因为我怕你会来不
actions
及。
to keep putting yourself in good scenarios. The second you take your foot off that aggression and kind of slow things down, you can find yourself in very awkward positions and have to rally back uncomfortably. I would say keep running, doing what they're doing, don't slow
你
down.
如果来不及就自己先撤了，怕你应该来不及。
Eating the hero points, but that's what team generally has done
Well,
in the past.
that's where it gets a little bit weird. Because the last time we had a stage finals where it was hero points.
我觉得你自己先撤好了，我觉得你会来不及。
The composition being
Come
totally locked. If two groups play it, was the stage 2 finals. And what ended up happening was both TE and SR were on match point availability. They were the only teams on match point eligibility. So they were in the last phase. They were in pick 5 and pick 6. And what ended up happening, because they had 5 hero points each, Viper got picked and was made more expensive. And both SR and TE, when they were the only 2 teams on MVP eligibility, I kid
You're
you
right.
not, blew 4 hero points in 1 round to be able to buy the Viper Syra 8.
那就一起不要撤吧。
And were not able to MVP with it. So had to go into all of the next rounds of only 1 hero point. That's why we went to 8 games. Because they spent it all trying to MVP early on game 5.
他先让你撤，不过他让你他就撤不掉了。
Dicey position. Well, all these teams, but in good spirits, some good spirits are just like, you know, it's another
那就一起不要撤吧。
another day.
你快不要打死了！
Finding their footing on the big stage. Wolves know for having like a
同归于尽啊！搞
and
那
then
就
just come
同
down
归于尽吧。
and wing it all. Really challenged the top end. This, I would say, this NBPL final is
怎么卡
special
住？
because the meta shifted. The meta shifted right before an actual finals, and everyone's a little bit reeling. Not drastically. We haven't seen something super stand out that completely shattered the meta, but you definitely see a little bit of wind taken out of the sails of Hadi. Hadi used to fly around with Zipping and Enor and have a ton of momentum. It was very clear cut that this composition dominated. And then Akko's Viper, clear answer to it, got a ton of value. But today, we've been seeing phase 4. The later phases compositions take MVPs, put a wrench in a lot of those teams' momentum, and we're not seeing the triple same composition coming out. They have triple Vipers coming out.
Yeah, both TE and RW don't want to have to spend points on the Hardy zip comp. Which means that phase 1 instead, Justina, Shenhuan, Yushan. TE aren't looking to MVP, they're looking to get 5 kills and clear MVP eligibility. They want to have all 5 hero points when they go into MVP eligibility. Now, SR also going to be hot on the heels of TE and RW. What is the choice here? Is it the Hardy comp that comes through first? Is it the Viper comp that comes through first? Or will it be the Tianhai, which would be a huge surprise, but a very good indicator for how strong he is when paired with that Xander?
My pick was SR to take it off, but they gotta heat up SR. We gotta have one of those massive games. They seem a little bit rattled, but I predict a little bit of a rally this round. Now that T's gonna take a little bit of a coast to action.
I mean, Raven, they still haven't picked a comp.
Because they're rallying back.
No, I'm pretty sure everyone got thrown by the fact that the Hardy Zip wasn't in phase 1. So I was like, what do we play? Which means that do we get free Hardy Zip comps?
What? We're not gonna go Viper? Oh no, SR. It's still possible to get the triple Viper. Still possible.
Yeah, in last phase. But do you want triple Viper, or do you really want to? Because like, would you go Viper when you see that Yushan's been made more expensive? Because Yushan would just be able to peel the Viper stun. So is this going to be Tianhai Zenda instead?
Nah. We ball out, Moxie. We ball out. We go Viper. That's what I'm talking about. Everyone wants to get Uzi in here. We got to get some momentum going. You hear you see the coach yelling in my man's ear. He can't hear. But YZD, they're looking to ball out. Everyone's gonna get on that Viper and start burning through everyone.
So that's what, free Vipers and free Hardies.
So that's where Yushan, Justina, Wuhan doesn't do as well. It's a worst case scenario, but they do only need to get 5 points. But I was saying, Moxie, it would not surprise me they don't get the 5 points and they're going to be holding a pretty salty L if TE's not able to get to that match point threshold.
Oh, that would be awful. Like, if you go out of the lobby early and you just have to sit there watching other people play when you can't do anything, so you start just like sitting in the tilt of your failure and then not being able to practice as well, so you start losing warm-up and go into the next game cold. That's a worst possible situation for teams. For those of you who don't have like professional experience, the way that professionals approach these games is that you have warm-ups before you go into your actual like matches, and then normally in other esports titles, if you have like downtime between the games that you play, say it's like 1 hour, you go up against another team who you wouldn't be playing in the bracket for 30 minutes just to make sure that you're still keeping warmed up, that you're not losing your muscle memory. If you have to sit through a whole lobby of not getting to do anything, that's going to be brutal trying to recover within the next round.
Exactly, but the crowd is heating up. They know we are on the brink of that match point eligibility, and momentum is key right here. We finally get the triple comp. Not what we're traditionally usually seeing. Usually we see the triple Yushan versus triple Viper. If you want to slow it down, I feel like we got SR, YZG, and OUG. 3 of these teams very, very strong on their Viper. I feel like we're gonna have a nice, fast, quick lobby with not a lot of scaling. I feel like GG and Wolves known for trying to play it slow, anti-burst, but the Fireflies be fireflying. And if these Viper teams are able to get their ults online, find these third parties quickly, unless the Hottie team plays extremely patterning, you see YGG, remember YGG's a Viper comp, OUG's a Viper comp, and SR.
He's in between both. T and the Yushan.
All 3 of them are landing on Fireflies, all 3 of them.
Yeah, that's OUG's spot. This is like the GG of Hollow for OUG. They always go to Salvation Podium, they always go to that specific Firefly spot to the left of it, pick them up and then trek down to Salvation Podium, and it's got them into hot water before. Team just knew that they would do that, so they actually started rotating into Salvation Podium to cut them off on Ballista and then drop onto them when one was solving the puzzle, working at the arrow direction below to take a 3 versus 2. As TE and YZG go head to head, as XEM's already got that Justina V1 online, looking for as many freezes as possible, trying to find these kills. As we said, TE, they're looking to get 5 kills. They're not looking for a round win, they just want the kills. They've got 1, 4 more to come through. They have to now deal with OUG third partying on through, as they were able to get Fireflies themselves for free with that Akos cage, but there's a Yushan ultimate on the field for THJ to be able to keep himself up. But one thing's fallen. XEM gets parried, dodges the riposte damage with the F, but now has to space out of the fight fully because of the Siren ultimate coming into the mix for OUG, and that is not how TE wanted a hot drop fight to go.
No, sir. 1 kill going to TE, 1 kill going to RW, and this is that tough part. This is that tough part. They're gonna have to hold SR. Already up to 27. Same thing with Wolves. And so one tough part about the new map rotation is that we have so many Fireflies. And I feel like it definitely gives the advantage of very, very offensive competitions to get their ult online, especially the initial rage trend on the purple glyph side, as we are going to see G battling it out with Wolter here. Both these teams, well, actually Wolves a little bit further ahead of G. Wolves wants to have a big game here, possibly get into match point. SR, Wolves, and RW barely behind, you know, TE. Only a 9-point difference here, which is in solos a lot more, but in trios not as big of a deal. We've always had a chance of 3 kills right here at G and G. 3-3-0 gets very, very low. I was gonna say Wolves are gonna take one to go. Not able to knock out from DG, denying the kills right here. And now G, Kings of the North, up to 21 kills. Clearing out this area, so now they're gonna be able to lead up, set up for Yang. But it looks like Moonbane was probably possible.
Yeah, so there were 2 teams actually that bought Moonbane. SR was one of them. OUG was the second. Since OUG are currently 2 players in soul form, I would assume what happened is that it was a race for who could actually use Moonbane first. And SR were able to win and dropped it on Salvation Podium on top of OUG. And off of the back of that advantage, were able to win the fight and secure up legendary weapon, which was that flying knives? I believe it was flying knives that the Syra was carrying. So SR going to be very happy because that's on a character who not only will be able to use the legendary weapon with the highest amount of scaling possible in the ultimate, it's also, if it is flying knives, probably the best weapon default in the game currently in your base fighting. As now OUG will have to recover their gameplay, potentially also lost the Moonbane that they bought, unless their third player was able to ferry it out.
I wouldn't sweat losing a Moonbane, you know. Sometimes Moonbanes are cosmetic, sometimes you don't get the value. What you need to do is set up for this first Yang, though. It's inexcusable. Wait a minute, where's this Firefly? Have you seen this Firefly before? Where am I? Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's the Ballista Tower.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought we were top right of the map. It took me a second.
It might have been the Firefly Cage. Firefly Cage can spawn in a lot of different locations on a hollow.
It's the Firefly next to the Ballista Tower on the left side of the map. As we are getting towards that first Yang part, Kings of the North GG always land up here. And it's slightly different. They took a more aggressive line by taking the off-spawn fight, but generally they just loot the top level and move into this area, slowing things down. But it looks like Wolves looting up. Do we go Yang still?
I mean, TE surely have to try to go for Yang, right? That's 3 kills. Potentially, without worrying about third-party situation. And if you win, great, you get Vermilion Birthmark. Like, they're literally just playing for 4 kills. That's all they want to do at the moment. Play for 4 kills. The problem for them is that they're in a top-heavy lobby. We've got 3 Viper teams, we've got 3 Hardy teams, we only have 2 Yushan teams. So if they roll the dice and miscalculate and run into one of the Hardy teams, it's not going to be a fun time for them to have to deal with.
Now we did use the Moonbane to zone all these teams out. as RW gonna be spacing out to go into Yang. They want to spend all their money out. Does TE go? They're kind of scuffed. Are they scuffed? No, they're not scuffed because it's blue flying knives, and then we got a 2 double purple
Two
weapons.
purple weapons, yeah.
We're hoping that we run into a Viper com too. We're hoping. TE's execution lines are actually very, very good. Unfortunately,
Oh, but they might get gripped by GG though.
aggro GG.
又有人，我操！
They try to fight on the outside. They are fighting on the outside. Oh my god, 330 has
没
Jazz right here.
事没
And
事。
TE's going all in right here as XCM is going to activate.
这个时间点怎么还有人呢、
Is going to go
还要
max
送。
range here as 330 is getting low from the rest of TE.
哪怕一丝希望，
And XCM is just buying some space here, getting Enor to chase him very far away, but GG does get the full reset, and it looks like TE a little bit of a hesitation to go to his teammates right now, and this might cost
好像
him
只
有
有
猛攻，
out of stamina.
好像只有一个人，我只有看到他。
两个，
哦，两个，
两个
对，两个。
Knowledge of the little gates coming in onto LM 3v1, not able to secure the kill right here. A little bit of some cat and mouse games as both teams are posturing to try to get the numbers on one of their players. A nice double try going to be coming.
我靠，焚火炮！我操！
And again, a drop down focus attack from I believe TXJ. And
这感觉很凶呢。
does pick up a kill from XEM. I was about to say, he's
Oh, no.
looking very, very good to take down GG.
That's
but
TE. They're all gone.
wait, are they all gone?
They're
Oh my
all
god!
gone.
I cursed them.
They got one kill.
I told you, Moxie. I told you, Moxie.
Of the 5. They got 1 kill of the 5.
I told you, Moxie. And now all the momentum they gotta hold that.
Gone. It's gone.
雨一变大，群宝莫漏。
They're the first team out. They just have to sit and watch the rest of the lobby play.
落下。
And the big problem is RW is on the same composition and they're doing just fine. I really think that TE took their foot off the gas pedal once they picked that composition. They're like, oh, we're just gonna get 5 points, this is whatever, it's a throwaway round. Which, I gotta say, even though we talk about match point threshold, there's been a lot of tournaments where it's gone all 8 rounds and gone to how many points you have. Especially since, like, if you can't win first, it doesn't matter. As long as you get second then in points, you're still way further ahead than the rest of the leaderboard.
RW got a Viper team in Yang? Oh. Tia, like, why could this not be us? This was the round of Yang that we missed, by the way. We missed all of them because we were watching two
分甲哦，他们带
for
分
so
甲。
long. Yeah, it's Yushan versus Viper, so even if the Viper V1 comes through, you can just use the Yushan
猛攻
shot.
队的。
So that's why they're waiting with the Viper
Okay.
V1 for the Yushan ultimate to be done, so that you can't. What a parry from you! Back-to-back parry from you off of 1 parry frame is able
你可以不用进去哦，如果你不要进去。
full team fight.
我进去偷钥匙，然后死进车。
Even though he's low, down all of his armor, half health. At the moment, Yuan's also very, very low. So everyone from RW just trying to occupy the attention of these players on the side of SR so they don't get past and Yuan's able to get a heal off before you can find that kill. RMB off of the fist blades and RW are on absolute fire right now. We thought that TE might be the ones to come through onto match point threshold, but RW are 7 points off being able to qualify for eligibility, and since they've got Vermilion Birdsmite for the next minute, they're going to be more than happy to continue taking the fight and look for more kills.
Yeah, it looks like all the buff teams are over here. SR is over here, but SR's buff is going to be running out, but RW, 37 seconds left on their buff. XKG has to be careful as well. 29 seconds. GG could show up at any time with that Mystic Might and play cleanup right here as XKG is going to be finding some freebies over here, but SR, no free kills on their watch. They're looking mad salty, finding out these kills right here and climbing up the leaderboards. And it looks like SR, XKG, and RW might make it to match point as long as they're able to keep up pace and eliminate the rest of the lobby. But it is going to be weird right here as OUG is going to connect to Wolves, and Wolves doesn't have ult, I believe. I think OUG knows this. They can't even go try to exchange. 24 seconds left. Wait a second. You need a soul bloom. Peak is going to be able to grab it, and they are going to get flanked here from XKG.
还有一张符，看你要不要买哦。
And OUG in the back. What is
我想一
everyone
下。
here right now?
Well, no, OUG just won the fight against Wolves, and then XKG and RW show up. And because the fight had just ended, it's a case of like, okay, we lost the opportunity to be able to get some damages and some potential loss hits, and we'll at least be able to scoop up some resources, but let's not overextend in case it takes a little bit of a downwards turn before the second realm of Yang can come on through. Although RW and SR still relatively close.
你把离界的大宝，他们吃一吃吧。
啊，不吃了，找钥匙比较重要，钥匙比较贵。
哦，确实。你知道钥匙的点位？
知道啊。
好像有7个是吗
？7个点，可是只能刷2个。
哦，你好厉害哦，都背起来了。
出了这个，还有这个。
我操！你这把应该又400多了吧？
你是要上分吗？那我给你啊，我可以给你，我没事的。
没事，你先收吧。
Yeah, SR not so much. They've only got one more purple on. So GG, okay, everyone did make it through. GG going to be matching up against OVG CVS on Eno. Then being put under pressure by the Viper V1, has to break away behind the pillar. She gets stunned and gets hit by both the Viper stun and the Fire Powerful Dazzle stun. And is now going to have to try and use the Eno F to be able to reposition out of the fight and get an opportunity to go for a heal, but 2 versus 1 situation.
嘿，拿到一个啦！
And he's able to hold the space long enough
这把应该又600-700了吧？保底。
Some momentum here late in the day as YZG is behind the other for the flank, but XKG is doing a really good job doing those folks attack. A little bit by XKG. The rich are getting richer.
RW just camping out Sparrow at the moment. They have not picked up the buff yet. I guess they're holding it so that it matches the realm of Yang. But saying that, they're doing stuff around the map. Like, they put a bounty just now into XKG.
Maybe, you know.
他那个钥匙只会在里界出是吗？
对对，
OK，
应该只能偷到一把，应该还有一把给人偷了。
哦。
Yeah, they are. Youth is just camping out Sparrow.
Optimal.
And then when you see someone come towards you, or you get the information off of the bounty that you put onto XKG, you'll complete the cap. And your buff will outlast both XKG and GG's.
Yeah.
So, is Spiritwell actually the more min-max approach on second round again? Like, first first realm of Yang, the Million Birds Might's OP. But second realm of Yang, it's Mystic Might or White Tigers that you can go to.
I would say second Yang in trios is harder than second Yang. Because the scaling that you gain in trios benefits the team a lot more. And as long as you like play around your scale, you're usually empowered to maximum value. So,
I think it's harder to come back from too as well. Like if you get Yang Depletion on first, at least there's normally 3 teams who have it. If you get Yang Depletion on second realm of Yang, there's a chance that you're the only team with Yang Depletion. And then you just get put in an unwinnable situation.
There definitely is. We also see XCG spot RW right there. Wait a second.
Oh, they found Yuan. Billy's health bar is starting to tank. He's losing some of that purple shields. Someone made a very aggressive play, but it's the teams with Yang Depletion at the moment. Hands will be forced. Yeah, Apis Cage. Venn diagram coming on through QGG standing on business with the 551. Trying to get the stun off it. Here comes OUG's peak with the Syra V2. Looking to beam players down off of the setups from the whip swords. Having that powerful rabble as well, trying to expire on top of 17S, but he stays ahead of the Syra ultimate. Fighting in the zone though, it's particularly tricky, especially when GG spots all of it going on and decides to invite themselves to crash the party. Forbidden Seal probably means that CGS loses the Enor ultimate. Yep, there it goes. But unfortunately, it won't be enough to keep GG off their backs.
Yeah, GG. They were in the depths before. And now we're profiting. We're living pretty right now. 15 kills from like 7th place all the way up to 2nd place. They are climbing. And it's all due to TE taking their foot off the gas. That's
I mean, Raven, look at how many teams are on 33 points right now.
3 teams. And then the SR's 32. SR needs to get 1 more point so we can be submitted.
Yeah, there's 4. There's 4 teams.
33.
Oh, there you go. They got 33. The NKG, GG, and RW all got 34. It's ranking points. OUG just lost their last player to zone.
Oh my god, he's getting... Wait, no. Wait, I'm still a GG.
Yeah, there's a chance that GG gets a match point now.
If any of the 2 teams is like team-wide.
XKG have Flame Breath and Dreadful Oil that they're currently showing off, and Spirit Well for free. No one's contesting them on Spirit Well.
They just don't want to fight on this stuff. But, you know, more power for GG set up the win, but it's not over yet. Not over yet, as XKG still in striking distance to steal this away if they clean out all the kills. For RW and SR, all you're hoping for is the maybe the Yang Depletion situation second, which most likely are going to get focused out.
Surely no one goes for the flag. Oh my goodness, RW are going for the flag! There's no way this happens for free. Catherine? Is that for you? We'll have to see if he tries to lawnmower in. Yeah, they haven't been able to get the flag onto the altar. They dropped it to see if they could bait a different team from picking it up and said, you know what? GG took it! But like, if you want to try that, we will. We'll just put it on our Enor, have him hold the altar for 10 seconds with flag, and we'll get the cleanse, which now means that there'll only be 2 teams with Yang Depletion. So the next Spirit Well has to be capped by one of those 2 teams to extend the timer, or we will see a bloodbath when that Yang Depletion is about to expire.
Wait, SR, 2 minutes, 23 seconds They gotta start posturing. Find a kill right here. RW is playing a game of chicken with SR. You want to go first? No, no, no. I insist you go first. No, RW, you go first. No, see, SR, we think you should go first. Just because these end games usually.
Wait, they're bullying the two teams who are clear of yang depletion. Both SR and RW are turning a GG and XKG.
I was saying if you. I forgot what I was saying now. Oh, GG has double gold armor too. SR has to be careful here. A minute and 30, and we did not cooking a move right here. There's no way we get the flag now. I guess we
No, flag's done. GG cap flag.
no chance, no flag right here. You're in a super awkward position. And you're so close to match point again. 6 points. It's gonna be a tough one to swallow. Again. As no freebies right here.
It has to be the Spirit Well. If they want the extension on the timer, it has to be they have to cap the next Spirit Well. So if you're the teams who already cleared, SR's not having a fun time in the Moonbin as well. Xiao gets hit by so many of them, which means that he's vulnerable. There's the Spirit Well. SR are going to have to try and hold their space against it, but unfortunately for them, the Moonbane situation's already forced their hand into using the Syro V too early, and GG. Spot the opportunity and get the kills. RW tries for the same, but just a little bit faster. This time they'll get that one though. LMB from the dagger in the from the jungle. In the meantime, everyone's looking for kills. No one's contested XKG, who come through with the Spirit Well cap for free. And will now turn their attention to the whole rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting. I guess you can't really contest with Trucon Justina. You have to have someone else go in. It's technically not RW's fault, it's GG's fault. Why are we letting XKG just get everything right here? XKG, you know, very, very strong position to win here. Sees the XL, he was on the brick, but he gets that armor reset back to full health, cancels the zipping ultimate. They are going to be down the Enor ultimate though, or GG with 3 teams left. Still anyone's game right here as GG has to be careful right now. Both teams putting a ton of pressure on them. Gotta get out of the middle here as XKG gonna stabilize. Find themselves pressing RW and GG to fight against each other, but GG's not having any of it. 3-0 just laying down the law with these cannon shots as forcing out XKG's Tudik to pop the inner ultimate. He is going to come flying in. Look for GG. Sees a bunch of players hiding behind the tower, and he is going to connect to GG's CGS, and now 3-0. XKG's Tudik getting tons of value off this Eno Ward and slowing down their rivals. Big plays from XKG.
With the res? No way does Alex pull off a res. No one's guarding the res. GG will get a player back. They got the Eno back. That's insane. XKG now take the kill onto RW's youth, taking them 2 points away from qualifying onto MVP eligibility. CGS comes back, but unfortunately does not have the Eno ult for the health reset, so all you do is actually provide an extra kill for the XKG, which means off of the back of this one, MVP eligibility before we even factor in ranking points. There it is on the leaderboard, 41 points for XKG. They're the first team in today's Trios Grand Finals to cross the threshold, and they could close it all out in Game 5.
We did it. XKG was not the team we were predicting get the match point. Although I did kind of get like a frame where the middle of the pack was so close to qualifying that any of these guys, if they have a pop-off game, they qualify. And I feel like TE is about to punt. They punted. They punted bad. Well, anytime you think you're going to get some free kills in NBPL, ain't no such thing as free kills, Moxie. Every kill is a pain in the butt. Everyone's playing so solid right now.
他们撤了。
Oh no! You see it?
来，我在门上面了，你要过来就过来吧。
OK，
I mean, they had to sit there for
我
like
看一下罚
30
场。
minutes.
Next scratch to ice scratch.
Everyone else played.
Slightly the bend in TXJ's posture, normally fully erect and solid like a plank. But you can see the holding that L, 1 kill, that was worse. One of the worst cases. Goose Egg is a little bit worse.
No, 1. I think 1 is worse.
1 is worse than Goose Egg?
Yeah, because you know that they were coming into this being like, we're not going to go for the Hardy Eno Zip comp, we don't want to spend hero points, we just have to go into this round and pick up kills. And they got 1. 1. Did not win hot drop fight. Did not win recovery fight.
Well, I'd be very surprised if next round XKG is able to end MVP though, because they are going to get fairly targeted unless they got some sneaky strategy to run.
Well, they used the Tara comp before, but I feel like because they gave away the fact that they played Tara already, if they try and roll it out in game 5, everyone will just know that it's them and target them harder. But if they do want to go for that style, if they do want to try and punish the teams coming after them, Tara V2 would actually be a pretty good shout since it's up so frequently and really does well in multi-way fighting because there's so much chaos going on. You don't read out when the meteor hits, you get tagged up by it and transported alongside everyone else. Like, there is no maximum on the amount of people who can get yoinked into that spot.
Well, yeah, I feel like the key point here to be answering this next question, ladies and gentlemen, in the Twitch chat. Which team is leading in total points after game 4? Is it A, T, E, XKG, C, R, W, or D? Zai? What? I had to reread that for a second. I was like, wait, am I hallucinating? Am I reading Z? I almost said Z-A-I.
ZXL? ZAI?
What is Zai? That's a crazy freebie. It's a crazy freebie. Now, looking at the teams currently receiving a match point, XKG is at match point, RW's 3 points away, TE's 4 points away, GG's 5 points away, SR 7 points away, Wolves 13 points, OUG 17, and YZG at 25. Now, we've seen a solid game being like 10 to 13 points. Or, you know what, I'll make a little bit. 8 to 13 points is kind of that medium of having a decent game. Multiple teams can have a decent game. That's why I was saying this next round to be very important.
这局感觉很肥哦你。
Teams are possibly
感谢。
have a pop-up game. Now, unfortunately, it was only was it XAG was able to pull through. And they were in striking position. Like if you're XKG, you weren't one of the favorites. You're not even a dark horse to take in the tournament. So if you pull it through right now, and they have some weird gimmick to deal with being the face of the guy, back to the face, it's a little bit easier to isolate who they exactly are.
They changed it in solos yesterday, so I imagine it will be the same in trios. If you're match point eligible, you're not in last phase.
Not last phase? You just stay in the same phase?
Yeah, that's what happened in solos. Like, all of the teams in first phase were in, in first phase. Who in first so far today. So, I think it's the same in trios. Which would be crazy.
Interesting. I mean, I was like, if that's the case, we'll see how many phasing going on. But regardless, Does any team really have XKG scouted out? They're not one of the heavy hitters.
Yeah. I mean, they had to go through last round's qualifier. And lower bracket runs as well when it was stage 1 and stage 2.
Usually
it's
eyes
a
are
great position to be in.
Yeah, usually eyes are on SR and TE. I mean, GG kind of lands always in the same position, but the heavy hitters, OUG, have more predictable landing spots. But now XAG newcomers, they kind of snuck their way into a very, very good position to steal it away from all the veteran teams and surprise all of us. I never, out of all the games that I've watched it, I haven't really seen XKG pull through like they're pulling through today. But this is when it matters, you know? NVPL finals, Big 26 finals. Who cares about everything in the past? All that matters is today right now. And if we are going to be clutch one time, let's use our one time right now. XKG, we got to pull through this next round. And if what Moxie's saying is true, no phasing.
哎，我没有准备啊，原来。
It's going to be very, very curious.
等我一下。
Of which comp? I mean,
they just did 37,000 damage on Eno. So.
I mean, with the new patch, I would still say that it's not as lopsided with the Enor composition doing so well. And I feel like it's very, very map dependent too. Just because that team's composition is very anti-burst, there's a lot of sustain. And on Hologroth, it definitely gives you a great advantage. Bredoria's kind of dicey because Vipers are able to catapult around you, and the aggressive teams who want to take like too many fights, they can easily swarm you by catapulting. You don't really know whether or not you're spotted until it's a little bit too late and they're on top of you if you commit to a fight. Looking at the overall leaderboard, we're seeing XKG pass that threshold at 44 points, RW 3 points behind single TE and GG, which is like right there. Oh my god, SR is right there. But I was saying before, every point kind of matters though. Especially when you start trying to play it slow.
I mean, teams can't play it slow. If you play it slow, you risk going out early and then XKG having less opponents and competition to stop them.
I don't think it was the comp that messed with TE. It was just like the mentality of like, oh, we just need 5 points. No worries, like we'll just like
we'll just clock in, clock out, get 5 kills.
Yeah, well, we'll just play kind of slow. We'll take like we won't fully go all out on our off spawn, and then we'll go Yang. So like they get 1 kill off spawn, then they transition middle game,
and then GG groups them.
And then they just don't get the look that they want, because they're not hungry. They slow down their roll. You gotta stay hungry the entire time, even if it's 5 points. Why? There's no such thing as overkill in Naraka. What if you do 15 points instead? And even if the phasing, right, where you have hero points and everything, and you don't want to super invest, I still seen this happen in solos and trios, where that team right before match point gives an opportunity for the middle of the pack to have an insane game and then really close the distance, because they get like this weird feeling of like point fear, where they're like, all right, well, we just want to save our points and do a little bit better. When we've seen in the past that it doesn't matter what the comp is necessarily, it just matters how aggressive you are and how well you're playing these multi-way situations. Now, inside game, you know, I gotta give it to tactitional teams, because they're always gonna have a little bit more loot than you as you go into Yang. But we've seen even upsets going against these veteran teams. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm choosing SR to win still. But that hurt me a little bit. That team, I was hoping they were gonna prove me wrong, that they weren't gonna take their foot off the gas. But whew, That was a tough one, and you could see it, the feet in TE's body language. So I'm hoping they're able to shake it off. They just gotta let it go. They gotta have the talk between this round right now, and just keep at it. And remember, who cares about MVPing? It can go to distance. The goal should always be get maximum points almost every single round. Like you have to go for it, just in case it goes to distance, because we've seen it go to distance in solos and trios. We've also seen it end very, very short. But I'm curious what the stat is actually. I feel like we've gone the distance more than we have.
Yeah, for sure. Last year, I feel it was more common to see it end on the half days. And it sort of happened a little bit in stage 1 as well, fairly frequently. Stage 2, though, that was when we had the long days in both solos and trios, as I think more teams grew accustomed to the new rules. So it took a little bit of time because we changed a lot when we came in to this new 2026 spring split. Like we pushed the lobby players down. We had 12 players previously. Now we have 8. We had the whole martial arts versus as well, which had not even been a thing before. Like, it was a thing in solos a little bit where you would play one round. Trios had not even played one round of it, and then all of a sudden they had to play not just one round but the whole thing, which meant that teams had to suddenly work on, like, okay, we have to look at our dueling prowess as well as our battle royale macro and split time between those things. So it took a little bit of time for teams to properly warm up into the new rule set, as well as the new map loadout as well, because this is the first time that we've had so many Firefly maps back to back to back, which again I think is probably a large reason for why we would always see one team be very dominant early on at the start of the day, because they would just be able to get those Fireflies, get those kills, and rack up the points moving from game to game with very little downtime. But speaking of very little downtime, this is the map sequences where we don't have a lot of downtime in between the series. You go straight in from the last game to this one. So not a lot of time to talk. Not a lot of time for TE to warm back up before they get thrown back into a lobby to have to get more kills just to get past the 40-point threshold.
Let's go, SKG. Let's go. I believe in the dream.
So you're flipping? No more SR? You're going XKG?
You can't flip, but I can hope that XKG just ends it right here, you know, and we can hope. But I've kind of made it a rule to never ever hope that someone ends the tournament early, just because when it and it always goes to 8 rounds when you hope someone ends it. It always goes maximum.
你帮我看一下，我是不是断线的？
对，你是断线的。
我操！
It's the most atmospheric, I feel. Like, it's memorable for the other reason if it ends early. It's like, wow, that team was so dominant. They ended that quickly. They must be insane. And then, like, you look at solos yesterday where it went the distance and pretty much everyone outside of 2 people had the opportunity to walk away with the title. So every time a player or team got pushed out, it was a huge discussion of like, oh, well, there goes their chance at lifting the trophy. So I agree. I feel like when you get to game 8, especially because it's mirror match, like that's where it really comes down to who can keep up with the stress, who can play out the matchup of like everyone having the same resources and ultimates. It's purely around how well you can play those heroes and understand the game.
Yeah, and there's definitely mental boom moments, and exhaustion plays the key of trying to perform at this high level the entire time. You're kind of like on and off, on and off, on and off. And if you get put into that tough situation that TE just did, where you're just like, all right, well, we're just going to kind of just tap it in, just get a little bit more points, you know, not do anything too crazy, and you just get held to 1 point and not make it through. That is a very mental boom or tilting moment that you can totally throw off your whole tournament. So
I mean, it happened to SR. So the last time when SR and T, like SR almost got the win, and then they got griefed by both Wolves and OUG. Literally the next game that they played, less than 2 points picked up total. Which would be really bad for TE if that happened, because that would mean that yet again they go through a round without being able to qualify to match point threshold.
They can't go back. They can't go. If they go back to back and not make it through, it's gonna hurt.
That's going to kill the day. That's straight up going to kill the day.
I don't know about a day. It might be one of those memories that get tattooed into your brain. There's a couple of memories as a competitor that gets tattooed in your brain and it's like, oh man, that one was special. That was a special throw right there. That was a special
that's the memories that you pack up into a box and you leave in a far reach of your mind so that you don't open it again.
No, those memories come back in the shower and you just randomly scream, ah! Ah! How did
You're
we
just
not
going
get
about your day randomly falling down on the sidewalk as you collapse from embarrassment.
Yes. Everyone has those memories that you just can't stop. It's just like, how did I troll that situation so bad?
The box Raven. That just means that you have to staple the box lid down harder. Let's get some duct tape.
You gotta get some ultra strong triple wrap, quadruple wrap that duct tape. I want to see what.
So some could say you could get some over ultra strong gaming tape.
Oh my god, over ultra.
For those of you who did not know, Raven, when we were watching the Tombs arcade, because we say just like the letters, a lot of the time we don't actually know what they stand for. Also, hey look, there it is, confirmation, I was right. RW. Oh no wait, they do shuffle it, yeah. XKG goes to 4th, so XKG in last slot for phases, but still having 5 Europeans. They want to count down.
Okay, see?
You could sink all of the corners.
The big question from the mid-season challenge is how the global teams are going to stand up to the current meta in CN and how to not get sniped. Because they're so used to seeing each other over and over. And we're not so that energy we needed before. So we just gotta get next. So let's just get over the line, you know? We'll get over the line and we'll just get 30 more points. Cool. Let's worry about the MVP secondary to get the most. One part I like about doing that strategy is that even if you don't have enough hero points, right, for your next round, if it goes a distance and you were playing for maximum points anyway, your worst case scenario is second place. Worst case scenario. So like your overall average is still gonna be way better than shifting your team's mentality to be like, you know what, you just need to get a couple points. And I feel like it's so detrimental. Especially these heavy hitting heavy guilties. All these teams are extremely good. Some of these teams are built so different where they're able to still on Earth. So there's no reason to ever take your foot off the gas. I just feel like it's just always push.
There's a chance for free Vipers. Because phase 2 griefed up. One team went Yushan, and one team went Tianhai Zanda. Which means that so far the only comp that's more expensive is Hardy Inozep.
I think Viper hasn't had as much impact today as she normally does. Everyone's been whiffing the Akos mirror, or the Akos.
Well, everyone's also been whiffing getting the triple Viper come through. They've tried. The teams have stopped it. Okay, XKG. Do you trade to MVP? Do you sink hero points? Or do you conserve and wait for more teams to hit match point threshold, which will then push you up in phases?
Bet it all, bet it all, bet it all.
Wait, YZG? YZG know that they're not match point threshold, right? Why did they just spend 4 hero points to pick up a comp when they're not match point eligible? XKG I get, but YZG?
What's the point of points if you're not supposed to? You don't get to use the points that you live in this life, Maxi.
Does that mean we have 4 Yushan Lee comps?
Is it possible to have 4? I thought 3 was the max.
Hero points.
I don't see it in the next screen.
有个位区吓死我了。
Okay, first phases went for Hardy
人机
Ino.
哦，
不是真人，他在挖矿。
The split of
应该是带粉甲的吧？
Tammy, Tianhai, Xander.
我没有带符，少不了他。
The Viper comps. So yeah,
你有远程武器的话，打打看啊。
哈，我没有，我只有飞刀。
那还是别打了，防万一啊。
Let's get in there. There's an XKG. You know what it is. What if they pull too fast and explode?
Fairly sure it's free. 1, 2. No, 4.
日头变喽！
It is 4.
A lot of Yushan. Well, because it's double Justina versus Zai. It's basically Yushan and Shuhan plus X. Zai or Justina.
Yeah, but there's 4 Yushan. There's 4 Shunhuan.
Tammy is useless.
And Viper is useless.
If the Yushans are not useless.
Yes.
Big.
If the Viper gets the silence onto the Yushan to be able to set up the CC before the Yushan can use ult.
Ready, see.
Wow, XKG are going big at the start too. They're landing Arcadia.
以为我不知道自己花招
They want to finish it, Raven. For all intents and purposes, like spending 4 Euro points. When they're the only team MVP eligible, they want to finish this, and it's going to be so hard trying to work out which team that they are because we have 4 Yushan comps.
Well, OUG is a great classification, and I've always thought that the Wolverine
以为我不知道自己花招
Wolpine Essence, the red bull is just so big. As long as the enemy team is willing to fight. If you get an enemy team who's just the whole time, waste your time, and then probably prefer to come in Ninja, the Volpine, it makes that position pretty groovy to land on. Plus, it's also surrounded by so many fireflies, so everyone's gonna be timing in.
Oh, they're fighting.
We are going to get one of the most critical fights of today's tournament. It's OUG versus XKG. Juxian is going to fall down to the great sword of peace. And XKG releasing themselves. They're going to keep fighting right here. They do find one of the parries. Oh no, wait, they did get parried themselves. But they do get a follow-up parry. No follow-up though. Wait a second, I spoke too soon. As OUG's baby U is going to get fried right here. Now SS, the leader of OUG, is trying to bail out the situation, but XG does a wonderful job of denying the value of that Viper, and he is going to pop the Zai ultimate, lifting up SS, and what SS was so far ahead in winning this.
Yeah, Raven.
Down.
XKG's Yushan. That's why OUG, come
应找
back.
点适当的魔力。
Yushan, he got Yushan ultimate up. And salty red and ran back into the team fight. SKG have not yet closed it out though. It's not one and done. OUG were able to take up enough time that SR show up to the scene because Vulpine Essence is truly a very good thing to pick up for a lot of teams. So timing attacks are rife in Arcadia. And that does mean that we turn our attention now to TE versus YZG. Forbidden Steel, no ultimates in play. TXJ will be able to get the kills off onto YZG's players though, which means Soul Blooms and starting to rebuild our ultimates if the Forbidden Steel cancelled them out early. There's SKG though, still actually surviving, but it looks like they've been ran in two split directions. We've got one headed off to Imperium to go for the catapults to escape the reaches of OUG, and in the meantime, the second player still alive will likely be kiting out as well.
Well, RW not on the board yet, but GG and TE about to get the match point threshold. First, so we have RW trying to lock down this hottie. ZK from Wolf right now is gonna get kebab right now and exploded. Ooh, we are at 1 point right now.
好像有一个万军。
No more mental booms. As RW, PE both at 39 right here. I feel like this second through fifth has been a Congo line of points. They just every team has slowed it together.
Cool. So I got Vulpine Essence. SKG is actually huge that OUG weren't able to counter Yushan in Imperium because he'd, as I said, he'd salty razzed in the fight earlier against OUG. So if they picked him off, he goes down and XKG have to buy a Reaper Charm to bring him back, which then really limits the potential of them being able to play into first round of Yang, as we can see. Or exactly they are all the way off the beaten path.
去打他，打爆他的头。
Not wanting to
玩
get
家是要
caught
打
on
啥
tier by
靠呀
any team that has even blue armor off of the deficit from looting. Unfortunately for them though, TE have rotated this way to scout out to see if they could pick apart Stragglers. And one thing, we'll be able to see ZXL and relay that to his team.
Well, well, well. TE 1 point, RW 1 point, GG 2 points, SR 6 points. Very, very close for this match point eligibility. Well, besides SKG, no one can end it. So the goal should be tons of points, boys. We gotta get tons of points. Doesn't matter. We're gonna overkill. Get another 20 bomb. Set ourselves up pretty for guaranteed top 2 placement. And if I'm one of these teams' coaches, that's all I'm saying. Guaranteed top 2 placement. We are good to go. If the MVP happens, it happens. But we're gonna play our game and try to execute. Because I don't see a game plan where we're not trying to maximize points at any point.
Okay, what's the game plan behind YZG picking the Yushan comp and spending 4 hero points when they're lost though?
It doesn't matter because they have nice jackets.
But surely that will mess with the phases for all of the matches hereafter. Because they won't be able to afford anything that's made more expensive. So potentially we always have a 50 split on YZG's phase. Which then means that the team who is MVP eligible will get a better composition for cheaper.
True.
So like, surely have we not just full griefed the lobby?
You know, as long as we grief and look good at the same time with our jackets, doesn't matter. Does it really matter? As long as the team has fun at the end of the day.
Sorry, there's no like tactical explanation for why they would splurge 4 hero points when they're on 0 points.
I mean, the tactical explanation is they're with the majority of the lobby when it comes to the Yushan pick, so they're harder to pick off. Even though there's like a Zai indicator, it's still gonna be harder to pick off, and it does decent versus any of the Viper compositions, which you're gonna assume we're gonna happen.
Yeah, but what happens if you have to mirror match and then pick your own composition off, which in turn will then weaken the comp as a whole, which is exactly what's occurred here. XKG versus SR, Tutik with that Zai F2 trying to get the track and drop down. Shunowan's really low, forced into using that Yushin ultimate very early on as Tutik now has to turn his attention. Gets the V2 cast off, so we get the second F2 refresh. Out comes the chains, looking to land the damage onto NY7, who's low enough that he's forced out of the fight. Tutik wants to track him down, stop him from being able to space out and get a heal off, but his team is covering for him, and he's able to get a health reset off into Scale Rush onto that pillar. Tutik now going low himself, spacing out with the F2, looking to turn back into the fight though, not going for a heal, wanting to try and drop down, greed the RMB off of that fan, costs him his life, a potential 1 versus 2 situation, as one does go low, but SR are able to close it out. We look at the second Realm of Yang instead.
Well, TE has learned from their mistakes. We gotta frag out. We gotta get all the kills of the lobby. Even with the double blue armor, it's not gonna matter. RW in no position to bring this back. Even though Zipping is full health here, even though we got a hottie, he is back. We're gonna get nice team play coming out for them, able to cover each other's light attack, restacking over and over and getting a surround. And they're keeping RW alive. Look at this. Just keep this man alive. Keep him alive.
Well, they got the kills required. They're eligible. They're possible.
So we wanted to get this guy again.
You know, the true cathartic experience would be if they matched up against GG. After GG griefed them on Realm of Yang in that last match, but GG actually get griefed by YZG. YZG win the matchup in Realm of Yang instead, as all of the teams with buff are just fighting each other. So they can rip it off earlier. NY7 just corner drop down with that Zai V2 to catch someone unawares, but is being put under pressure by that. He uses the F2 to just climb higher up on top of the building, dropping down with the cone. Still not able to find that opening though, and instead turned on to, as they're just not allowing the side freedom of space to do much of anything. Big parry off of the spear, which means Dragon Slayers into Goldframe Scoop, but it does get pushed away before it can fully go into that grab, and NY7 loses the Million Birds Might, as TE coming on through with an Uno ultimate, splitting the tides of fighting and capitalizing on getting all of the kills for themselves.
Yeah, YGG's here, GG is here, Vermillions is ending. No, it's not ending. We got a lot of time on Vermillions. We got a lot of time to work right here. As TXJ is putting on the moves onto GG. His trusty old dagger.
Oh, hello.
哎呀，旁边都被你撞完了。
I didn't know you jumped that high.
Parkour.
Oh no, this is so annoying. We got multiple
怎么又变小声了？
around the Rosie on the pillar. Slow. Oh my god! And then we just get fried by behind that. That's.
Well, the good news for GG is that if they go out here, at least they got to 40 points. And speaking about getting to 40 points, in the blink of an eye, XKG gone out of the lobby entirely. DE match point threshold. GG match point threshold. RW match point threshold. SR 2 points of match point threshold. Make that one. We've gone from one team, and that team no longer in the lobby, so they're guaranteed to go at least one more into almost 5.
那个万军应该在堵我，他应该是跑到10金侧，因为他刚刚有打我，我跑掉了。
要不要开门？
The drama isn't silly. Wait a minute. Is the +9 and the +9?
小心哦，他可能会过来。
No, so it's on the side.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Tahi told
他
me
们不
that.
测哎，我刚刚回去蹲哎，不要去十金啊。
I always thought it was separate.
1分钟去开，
We'll see what the actual
我们1分钟去撞成本。
we are gonna see
等1分钟的时候。
OUG versus XKG. This is what took the tournament leaders out of this. A little bit of a mental boom moment, not able to win their 3v3s. It doesn't look like they get third party here. They get a nice match right here. Problem is, SS and Baby U are just getting teamwork to death.
哎走，哎他们2个人哦，我操！ 他们撤2个。
Juxian. I'll let him go through. Now.
应该是万军跟魏琴，但我没有看到魏琴。
They want to have a massive game as well.
I mean, all of the teams that won above 30 were on like 27.
我是专业的。
So hard to ask for those teams to reach match point threshold. Within this one, as SS opens up very early on, Viper v1, QGG dodges with Yushan, and now he turns to put the pressure. Good Akos F2 connecting onto Kuku, leading to the stagger into the
Massive game as well.
I mean, all of the teams that weren't above 30 were on like 27.
宝贝儿，请看好你们的背后。
So hard to ask for those teams to reach match point threshold. Within this one, as SS opens up very early on, Viper v1, QGG dodges with Yushan, and now he turns to put the pressure. Good Akos F2 connecting onto Kuku, leading to the stagger into the follow-up Akos cage with Syra v2 stun. So CC on top of CC on top of CC as Kuku2 has fallen. The Yushan cannot protect the team against the Syra v2 powerful dazzle, which means that OUG will be able to get 1 kill on the board, and it was the burst damage in the form of the Shenhuan Li. A second Akos F2 finding the connection onto the Yushan to take him down, and we've got Blistering Edge revealed on the pole sword as well, which is able to connect onto 17S and take him out for the count.
The XJ is leading the charge right now in the ultimate. Pushing TE. I'd say they pass a mental boom. Wait, TXJ a little bit of an overextension right here. No space from the teammates to get him out of that situation, and now SR is backed into a weird corner. He does get the armor swap from a teammate as Tacky is going to be chasing Lexin or NY7 right here. Not able to find the lockdown though. And SR very, very low. Rico on his last leg. Zhao and NY7 trying to peel for him, looking for the flank right now. Rico creating a nice opportunity right here. XEM on the hottie. Very, very low. Still trying to fight. I'm surprised he's going in as NY7 just fades back and gets a nice crossbow kill. Woo. TE pulling out all the stops right here. Wait, I just realized. Wait. Yeah, the SR took down a TE. there's still an opportunity for SR to take this all down, honestly. The prediction is still alive. It's still alive.
It is potentially still alive. As to OEG's chances of being able to hit match point threshold, they're currently on 30, I believe. I have to see. We're currently looking at Soul Jade setups. As OUG, SR, and RW are all going to be able to win that realm of Yangs. Is that Mortal Defiance in the back for SS?
Mm-hmm. Looks like it. Can you hear the arena in the background?
Yes.
Okay, that is throwing me off because I feel like I'm like, wait, is it someone outside? It's the casters in the actual arena.
Oh, I was hearing the cheers.
Yeah, you could hear the cheers and then also the casting as well. Something. I could just hear something in the background where it's throwing me off.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I can hear it too.
Yeah, it sounds so organic that it sounds like someone in the other room for me. And I was like, wait a second, am I hearing something? Am I losing it? No, this is your arena casting right here. As looking at the scores now.
Yeah, they've added them. They've added all of them now.
Yeah,
so before there was a plus, but now they've all been added.
Okay, so they've done the quick maths for us, so we don't have to do the maths. As RW's past the threshold, GG's past the threshold, SR's past the threshold, and TE is now. But TE's in a weird spot right now. They do have Yang depletion. They're gonna have to take a fight right here. As all these teams are playing nice and safe and cozy, not wanting to overextend here. But YZG, no chill right here. 19 points. They want to get in there, and OUG is going to be the victim of this aggression as SS on the low ground does get cooked right here, completely all in, but nice job by Peak, the Syra of OUG, to pick up the team, keep his leader alive, but SS,
oh no,
a little bit too soon, we're getting juggled, we can't play the game.
The Mortal Defiance on the Viper? Oh.
He's not able to get away, and now YZG, they all in, and everyone else sees the blood in the water, and they just swarm in like sharks.
Split out.
Says the person on Instagram.
一下，那个猛攻队还没排。
不急。
爱和。
Oh, not.
还有人 ，Oh my god！
有人吗？
你以为鹰爪得适当的磨一磨？附近有敌人。
目前只有看到一个而已。
这边
戒指3块，便可万事大吉。拔刀斩缩花，回城更要快。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
敢跟朝廷作对，找死！
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
哇，你也太肥了！
幸运之神在对我微笑。
肥呀！
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
哇塞，到经济耶！
是时候进入黑暗了。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
你不开吗？这个宝
甲合体，铠甲合体。
一个位气。
幸运之神在对我微笑。
岳飞乱打，还不束手就擒！
应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。 找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。
贵客小心，指头
应
变喽！
找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。看看我是怎么做的。应找得适当的磨一磨。以为我不会跟你发招吗？应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。快点搜刮！
哇，你也太肥了吧！为什么你都收得到那么多东西？太强了你！你超肥！
应找得适当的磨一磨。
我去看一下法场。
应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。 冰爪得适当的磨一磨。
拿不下了，多的。又是万军，我操！本甲万军。
冰爪得适当的磨一磨。
但他好像只有一个人。
冰爪得适当的磨一磨。冰爪得适当的磨一磨。冰爪得适当的磨一磨。冰爪得适当的磨一磨。冰爪得适当的磨一磨。 冰爪得适当的磨练。看看我是怎么做的吗？冰爪得适当的磨练。在我明时间到了，太贪心可是会把命搭上。
给你的主子陪葬去吧。
行，你又收到钥匙，我操！万军走了，
冰爪得适当的磨一磨。
拿不下了，
什么都别给别人留下。
饿满了，拿不下，拿不下，你拿，你拿。
冰爪得适当的磨一磨。我先胜略宝。总有男人想引起我的注意，但要是真被我盯上了，
先前多亏义士相助，日后若有差遣，这件仪针上的玄机，老夫还需静心参详。
你以为我穿着？
我升级了呀！我跟你们，听得到吗？对啊，我是个新号啊，我等级还没到50级呢。你们玩吧，你们玩吧，我去升级去了。
总有男人想。应找你适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。
借着3块，便可万事大吉。拔刀快，搜刮快，回城更要快。
今天就让你知道，这谁说了算。
那个大宝有人吃了。
天堂大路你不走，地狱无门自找寻。拿下！
应找得适当的磨一磨。 应找得适当的磨一磨。应找得适当的磨一磨。
天堂大路你不走，地狱无门自找寻。拿下！
应找得适当的磨一磨。 鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。 是时候进入黑暗了。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
一皇铠甲合体，铠甲合体。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
爪得适当的磨一磨。
敢跟朝廷作对，找死！
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
小心！
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
看看我是怎么做的吗？
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？ 爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。优雅的一击。
一个红甲不行啊。
爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。虽不是金子，但也有用处。是熟悉的感觉。叮叮叮，时间快用完了。
给你的主子陪葬去吧。
还没走。
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
他来了，他来了，他来了！哎呀，这里，
附近有
看好危险哦！
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
哎，他又来了！哎呀，他好烦哦！
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
他红奖，
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
他应该不会来打我们吧？靠呀！他走了吗？
多谢送下的宝贝，下回再拿吧。
他居然没打我们，真稀奇！
然后你就是电话码的，用我那个另外一个
平常来说应该是要打。
到群。
这里的美。
办法了。
宝贝儿，鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
练习那头凶险的很呐。 交手要利落，搜罗要眼毒，得手便收山。可千万记得，贪多嚼不烂。
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。你忍心看着吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。这才是配得上我的宝藏。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。是时候进入黑暗了，鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
一皇铠甲合体，铠甲合体。
爪得适当的磨一磨。
你要选什么 high purchase 的，不是写什么论有。
这个礼物就自己进去。
对，他是那个。
啊？
进哦，进哦。
今天就让你知道，这谁说了算。
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
贵客小心！
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
啊！
你有听到那个声音没？
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
听到这个声音就差不多是两件事。
不要声音，就是收不了啦。
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
就是那种这边搬进去被打点出来。
速战速决，不要误了狼主的大事。
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
看到我是怎么做的吗？
以为我不知道我的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
也不是你。
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
你说什么？
以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。以为我不知道你的花招吗？
大家换地址了。
周一给你姐姐的电话号码。几个？给你电话号码，给他讲换地址哦，换地址一下过来哦。我是换者的。
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
中风啊！
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。
别起步，上步！
再去弄点这东西。
当初想亲眼看到岳飞死，你偏偏要来暗示。
一个沙男。
鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。啊，好多了。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。鹰爪得适当的磨一磨。 这药不错。
有剩饭，我这里别人打的，
哎，这里有金甲啊！
我捡到的。
被投喂了吗？
哔哔哔，时间快用完了。
这里有一些剩饭，看你要不要来吃。
快点，来吧，走吧。金扇子。
什么都别给别人留下。
手一车的电话玩。
连在床头都不是。
金甲多的，这里还有红甲。
去打喽，打了呢。
有很多剩饭。
什么都别给别人留下。什么都别给别人留下。
他在哪里哦？发塔。
要注意时间哦，我怕会来不及。金甲在这里哦。
去那儿，相信我的直觉。什么都别给别人留下。
金甲在里面哦。
随便吃一点就走吧。这个时间的。金甲是你的没？
走，我怕来不及，走，快速！
有小鸟吗？
我没有鸟，但我用飞那个特地鼠应该来得及。赶快飞过去！
它给我掉下来哎，傻逼哎！
快！冲啊！
应该来不及吧？
还好来得及，我操，真极限！
狩猎宝藏也是专业的。接下来是宝藏猎人的表演时间，可别被我迷住了。
那晚上我又不。
这地界的生意讲究个眼疾手快，您可瞧仔细了。
老夫忝为宗室，大宋的遗珍异宝，或能参详一二。
依我所见，天地奥秘尽在这方寸铭文之间。
谁燃烛照亮世间设下的迷藏光，只换明暗离场。肆意流淌，看谁站过的地方，请 举一百空千窗看，眼前最正假相加，又何妨？怀揣着炽烈万顷走向最宽容心肠，烈过碎过都空洞的回响，到最后尽情心与夕阳仍留在身上，来不及将故事多跌宕，有最崎岖的峰峦成全过你我张狂，海上清辉云也升尽北光，有最孤傲的雪山静听过你我。
依我所见，天地奥秘尽在这方寸铭文之间。
世人惊险的桥段不过寻常，光可寻来路艰险，也可照前路坦荡光，不添残楼石巷，无需度量，看你计算的无常，看终有勇气独当人是荒唐，怀揣着炽烈万顷走向最宽容心肠，烈火碎过都空洞的回响，到最后尽情心与夕阳仍留在身上，来不及将故事多跌宕，有最崎岖的峰峦成全过你我张狂，海上清辉云也升尽北光，有最孤傲的雪山静听过你我颂唱，世人惊险的桥段不过寻常。成全过你我，海上清辉云也升尽北光，有最残破的书简记载过光阴漫长，无意识过的片瓦里数寒凉，有最孤傲的雪山静听过你我颂唱，世人惊险的桥段不过寻常，有最轻少的自己都已随记忆泛黄，而我在多不点起山河篇章。
空气被黑暗侵略覆灭，残缺的世界，毁灭的壮烈，回忆在幻觉里被分裂，怎么分辨幸存的光线？ 寻找着属于拯救魂魄的边界，眺望着时间齿轮转动终结，命运火焰让爱呼吸在灰烬里面，忍受着撕裂人心的在跳跃，越残忍越无限，如果牺牲是最美的诀别，重生之后再见，命运火焰让爱突破宇宙的极限，灵魂尽毁的不可思议境界，越危险越雀跃，末日怎么猖狂却都不屑，同时最勇敢的坚决。
依我所见，天地要
这地界的生意讲究个眼疾手快。这地界的生意讲究个眼疾手快。真金不怕火炼，好东西宁可藏好了，好东西宁可藏好了。哎呦，是件开门货。
世界被冷漠冰封冻结，荒芜在蔓延，绝望的冷眼，时间在无间，怎么终结轮回的日夜，寻找着属于拯救魂魄的边界，眺望着时间齿轮转动终结，命运火焰让爱呼吸在灰烬里面，忍受着撕裂人心的在跳跃，越残忍越无限，如果牺牲是最美的诀别，重生之后再见，命运火焰让爱突破宇宙的极限，尽情的飞跃，不管天崩地裂，越恐惧越强烈，有解如果是公平的轮回。
中原未尽，祸及忠义，是王。
如剑之间长眠。
翩翩风雪，冷眼纷飞，一时瞬间毫不自觉，面对永无止境的黑，防备悄悄助威，纷纷泪点，冷眼相对，暗涌堆叠，公平谁给？无人在意剧情真伪，伤痕累累，微笑。 就算路崎岖，我魂依旧。自由无惧迎着风，举着命运。
先休一下，晚上可能会开。